Please call Justice Koshish.
May I have the honor to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Sam Koshi, Judge, Honorable High Court of Telangana. Honorable Mr. Justice Anup Dhand, Judge, High Court of Rajasthan. Respected Mr. Rakesh Khanna, Senior Advocate. Respected Ms. Sushila, Senior Advocate. Respected Mr. Pushp Gupta, Advocate. It's written.
We are so sorry. We are so sorry. The coordinator for the session is Ms. Abha Sharma. She's an advocate, she's a mediator. May we also have you on the stage, madam? Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, experts. We now begin our souvenir presentation. We begin with the felicitation presentation with the small planters as a tradition of Rajasthan, as a tradition of respecting the guest. May I request Shri Hariom Matri, Member Secretary, RSLSA, to please come on stage and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Sam Koshi, Judge, High Court of Telangana. May we have you, sir? Thank you very much, sir. May I request Shri B.K. Mishra, Director, Rajasthan State Judicial Academy, to please come on the stage and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Anup Dhand, Judge, Rajasthan High Court of Rajasthan. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much, sir. May I request Mr. Mahendra Pratap Beniwal, I'm so sorry, Special Secretary, Mediation and Arbitration, RSLSA. Mr. Mahendra Pratap Beniwal. In place of Mr. Beniwal, Mr. Amit Kumar has come. The man who has been tirelessly working towards, making this program a success. Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, sir. May I request Ms. Grishma Sharma to come on stage and felicitate Ms. Sushila, Senior Advocate. Ms. Grishma, Joint Secretary, RSLSA. Thank you very much. Lastly, to felicitate Ms. Pushpa Gupta, Advocate, may I request Ms. Rashmi Naval, OSD to Rajasthan High Court.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable judges, on and off the dais, distinguished delegates, participants, learned members of the legal fraternity. It's my privilege to introduce our esteemed chairperson, honorable chair, and distinguished panelist of the 6th session of the Commonwealth Mediation Conference 2026. I am Abha Sharma, an advocate mediator, Supreme Court of India, and also one of the trustees of the Nivaran. We are honored to have Honorable Justice P. Sam Koshi as chairperson of today's, welcoming Honorable Justice P. Sam Koshi, the senior most judge of the Telangana High Court with over 3 decades of distinguished legal and judicial experience. A commerce and law graduate from Jabalpur University, his lordship has served as a government advocate of Chhattisgarh and Advocate General of Chhattisgarh, Judge of the High Court of Chhattisgarh, and since 2023, Judge of the High Court of State of Telangana. He also serves as the Executive Chairman of Legal Services Authority and was appointed as the Acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Telangana in July 2025. A committed advocate of alternative and dispute resolution, His Lordship has made significant contribution to the mediation, legal education, and access to the justice. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Honorable Justice. Now it's my privilege to introduce our chair, that is Honorable Justice Anup Kumar Dhan, Judge of the Rajasthan High Court. After being enrolled with the Bar Council of Rajasthan in 1995, Honorable Justice Anup Kumar practiced for 26 years at the Rajasthan High Court Jaipur bench, primarily in criminal service and miscellaneous laws. During his tenure as a distinguished career at the bar, he served as a standing counsel for the Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation Limited, Rajasthan State Road Development Corporation, Rajasthan Financial Corporation, Rajasthan Housing Board, and several universities and educational institutions. Justice Dhan also worked as a pro bono lawyer and was the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority and assisted with the Honorable Rajasthan High Court as amicus curiae in suo motu public interest litigations. In recognition of his distinguished legal career and commitment to the administration of the justice, he was elevated as a judge of the Rajasthan High Court on 18th October 2020. Please welcome Honorable Justice Anup Kumar. Our first panelist is Mr. Rakesh K. Khanna, Senior Advocate. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Khanna, Senior Advocate, a distinguished legal luminary with over 4 decades of exemplary service to the legal profession. Mr. Khanna has made significant contribution to the legal aid and dispute resolution. He was appointed Additional Solicitor General and also has been the Vice President and President of the Supreme Court Bar Association. He served as a member of the Supreme Court Legal Services Committee from 2019 to 21, following his nomination by the Honorable Chief Justice of India, and is currently holding the position. He is also the member of the Supreme Court's Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee. He currently serves as a mediator at the Supreme Court of India, actively promoting amicable dispute resolution. He also served as Disciplinary Committee of the Bar Council of Delhi, upholding the highest standard of legal profession. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming. Our second panelist is Mrs. Sushila Sarathi, an senior advocate, an internationally trained mediator and master trainer. Mrs. Sushila Sarathi has trained judges, lawyers, and academicians across India in the field of mediation. She is the author of several books on the Supreme Court mediation. She's also several books, including the 4 on mediation, and served on the Supreme Court Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee that drafted the proposed mediation legislation. She also serves as a professor of the practice at CMRI University and is a respected commentator on the legal and social issues. She regularly appears on small screen in discussions related to the social, legal issues. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sushila Sarathi ma'am. Our third panelist is Pushpa Gupta, an advocate with over 3 decades of experience in litigation, arbitration, and mediation. An international certified mediator accredited by the International Mediation Institute. She is a senior mediator with the Supreme Court of India and Delhi High Court Mediation and Conciliation Center. She is the managing director of the e-mediation writing, has mediated over 1,000 disputes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Pushpa Gupta. Over to you, sir. Over to you, sir. I declare the session to be honest.
My esteemed brother, Justice Anup from the Rajasthan High Court, co-chairing along with me on the dais, all the distinguished guests, my sister and brother judges from the Rajasthan High Court, the distinguished judges from Bahamas and Zambia, the office bearers of Nivaran, office bearers of the Supreme Court Bar Association. At the outset, may I take this opportunity of congratulating the Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority, as also the partners of this conference, the Nivaran, the Mediation Committee from Supreme Court, the Supreme Court Bar Association, for organizing such a pertinent topic for this conference and to arrange it so meticulously. Before I commence with I would also like to express a deep word of gratitude and appreciation to the Rajasthan State as also to the Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority for being a wonderful host and for all the outstanding hospitality that they have extended to the guest. The session for the morning, the second day, as you all know, is on grassroots justice. And when we talk of grassroots justice, what should first come in the mind is where that grassroots is in India and in the Indian perspective. The session is supposed to explore the possibilities of community mediation, how to empower the citizens to resolve disputes before it reaches a stage of not being able to resolve without a litigation. We need to look into the possibilities, how can we strengthen the relationship between the communities, the societies, and the various sections in the societies, so as to build a society where the social cohesion is absolutely smooth. And the foremost thing that we need to do is, and to find out as to how to rebuild the trust of the people and the people within the community and the sections therein. It should highlight the transformative potential and the local dialogues in creating a more inclusive and a resilient community. Empowering communities through dialogue, trust, and the local resolution of disputes, and its ancestral idea is simple. Justice should not begin when people enter a courtroom. Justice should begin when communities learn to address conflict early, fairly, and with a fair element of dignity. Empowering communities through dispute, dialogues, trust, and the local resolution means using open conversation, shared respects, and the grassroots mediation is to solve all these local problems. This approach builds a strong social bonds, creates lasting peace, and helps people fix issues without outside control. Community empowerment thrives when individuals have the agency, trust, and tools to address their own challenges within the system or the society that they live in. True local resolution shifts the focus from top-down enforcement to grassroots collaboration. In Indian perspective, when we talk of the dispute redressal, most conflicts that disturb everyday life and the local and relational in nature of family, tensions within the neighborhoods, quarrels among the neighbors for land boundary disputes, misunderstandings on small money matters, wage dispute within the people engaged at the local level, so on and so forth. There are n number of disputes which are so common in the village backdrop, and at times it leads to a lot of conflicts and which results in the tension within the communities. These matters arise at home, these matters arise in streets, fields, workplaces, and they are often shaped by ongoing relationship. Yet, when such disputes are rooted straight into formal litigation, they become expensive, slow in redressal, and in every case it leads to adversarials. For the economically and the socially marginalized group, a formal system may feel distant and complex, and therefore the delay itself becomes a punishment for these people, and many a times they avoid venturing into these areas. Formal litigation is necessary for many issues, but not for all conflicts. There is a need of a building of a society where the trust element is enhanced the maximum. Not all conflicts need a winner or a loser outcome. In the relationship-based disputes, adversarial litigation can turn misunderstandings into permanent divisions, which is what we aim to eliminate. Many grassroots conflicts require not just a legal remedy, but a repair of trust, communication, and above all, the coexistence between the diverse section in the society. Another deep challenge is that many communities are shaped by inequalities of caste, gender, and power-based politics and the local influence. This creates a risk if we push local dispute resolution without safeguards. Informal forums can become tools of pressure. Therefore, the real goal is not informal compromise at any cost. The goal is the rights respecting voluntary, fair, and accountable community mediation. When disputes remain unresolved, local institutions such as panchayats, ward committees, village bodies spend their energy managing these tensions rather than focusing on the development of the local areas. Conflict fragments communities, reduces trust in public institutions, and creates recurring cycles of complaint as well as retaliation. So dispute resolution is not only about peace, but is about effective grassroots governance. This is why the community mediation matters. Community mediation offers a structured, voluntary, and non-adversarial process where people can resolve disputes through dialogues, consensus, and be guided by trained and neutral community mediators. Now, to carry forward, we have this distinguished panelist on the dais. All the panelists would be speaking for about 5 minutes each. And before that, the co-chair, Justice Anupdan, would give his reflections on the topic. And thereafter, we will enter into the question-answer session. And then there will be the final conclusion. And we hope that we stick to the timeline that has been granted to us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Honorable Mr. Justice Sam Koshi, Judge, Telangana High Court, brother and sister judges of Commonwealth countries, different high courts and Rajasthan High Court, respected dignitaries on the dais, galaxy of judicial officers, lawyers, participants, stakeholders, smart young boys, beautiful, gorgeous girls, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the Pink City. Jaipur, a city of festivals, in 1876, to welcome the Prince of Wales. The entire city was painted pink, the color of hospitality. And since then, this city has never stopped welcoming people with open arms and warm hearts. Your presence here today makes this city more brighter. On behalf of all of us, Padharo Mara Desh, welcome to Rajasthan, a land of heritage, courage and culture, the land of Maharana Pratap, Panna Dhai and Rani Padmani. Your presence adds glory to this royal land. We see, when we speak of justice, we often picture courtrooms, judges and long procedures. But for millions across the world, justice begins closer to home. It begins at grassroots. Justice is not only a function of judicial output, it is a function of institutional proximity, cultural legitimacy, and capacity to discalculate social friction into hardened litigation. In Yemen, Philippines, and Bangladesh, maximum disputes are resolved through customary and community-based channels. The local communities, through dialogues, trust, and local resolution, play a legally entrenched role in every mediation. The message is clear. People turn to what is near, affordable, and trusted. There are three pillars of any dispute resolution through communities, that is, dialogue, trust, and local resolution. Dialogue is not just a conversation. It is a space of connection, empathy, and action. Trust is built when people see their inputs translate into tangible changes. The local resolution focuses harmonizing relations rather than adversarial battles. In India, Panchayati Raj framework is pushing strengthening grassroots disputes resolution through legal aid and mediation and governance of panchayats. With this vision, every village understands its rights and resolves disputes with dignity. History showed us that wars ends in treaties, but society heals only when the people believe the system is fair. As seen throughout the history, the concept of settling disputes through mediation is not new in India. This tradition has been a part of our civilization since ancient times, since times immemorial. We find the clearest evidence of this in our two great epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata. Before the war with Ravan, Prince Angad was sent as envoy for peace talks. He went to Ravan's kingdom and urged him, return Sita, avoid war, give up your ego. This was the final attempt of dialogue and settlement. But when Ravan refused, it led to destruction, burning the Lanka. The second example we find in Mahabharata, just before the war, Lord Krishna himself became the messenger of peace. He went to Duryodhana and said, give just 5 villages to Pandavas, there will be no war, no bloodshed. This is the greatest example of mediation, dialogue, and reconciliation in our history. But due to Duryodhana's arrogance, the talks failed, and the result was Mahabharata war. The learning from both epics is dialogue first, conflict later. Our ancestors always choose the path of peace before war. Mediation is dharma. Sending an envoy Talking and trying to reach a settlement has always been a part of Indian traditions, Indian values. When mediation fails, destruction follows. Both Ravan and Duryodhana rejected the dialogue, and both their dynasties were destroyed. The concept of Mahabharata has been well explained by the famous Indian poet Sri Ramdhari Singh Dinkar in his very famous poem, Yachna Nahi Ab Ran Hoga. If the house permits, may I read the relevant lines of the poem? जब अन्याय बढ़ जाता है, जब अहंकार सर चढ़कर बोलता है, तब एक बार, सिर्फ एक बार, शांति अपना प्रयास करती है, और उस प्रयास का नाम था श्री कृष्ण। महाभारत का मैदान सजने वाला था, पांडवों और कौरवों के बीच सिर्फ जमीन का झगड़ा था। कृष्ण दूत बनकर हस्तिनापुर पहुंचे और उन्होंने दुर्योधन से कहा, दीन बंधु दुख भंजन तुम, थोड़ी सी भूमि मांगते हैं पांडव, बस 5 ग्राम, बस 5 ग्राम, दे दो उन्हें बस 5 ग्राम, न युद्ध होगा न रक्त बहेगा, न घर उजरेंगे न माताएं रोएंगी, कुल की लाज बच जाएगी, भाईचारा निभ जाएगा। मान जाओ दुर्योधन मान जाओ। पर दुर्योधन अहंकार में डूबा हुआ था। उसने गरज कर कहा, सुई की नोक बराबर भूमि नहीं देंगे, बिना युद्ध के 1 इंच भी नहीं देंगे। तब शांति का दूत चेतावनी बनकर उभरा। कृष्ण ने कहा, काल की लपटों में झुलसेगा संसार, क्रोध के घोड़ों पर सवार होगा विनाश, धरती कांपेगी, आकाश लाल होगा, तेरी हठ धर्मिता से महाभारत होगा। अभी भी समय है, समझौता कर ले दुर्योधन। जब बात नहीं मानी जाती तब इतिहास की सबसे बड़ी चेतावनी गूंजी, याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या जीवन हरण होगा। तुमने मानव को दानव बना दिया, अब सुनो दुर्योधन, अब महाभारत होगा। So the core message was clear. The best way to avoid all conflicts and disputes is through mediation. Wars, lawsuits, confrontations ruin families, lives, societies, and nations. But if we learn from Ramayana and Mahabharata, we understand that every problem can be solved at the table with dialogues. A society governed by the rule of law ensures that even weaker voice can be heard without fear. It replaces might is right with right is might. Without this foundation, any peace we build will be fragile, a ceasefire but not a solution. Litigation decides winners and losers in the courtroom, but mediation seeks understanding. In courts, law declares what is legal, but in mediation, people decide what is workable. When people craft their own solutions within the framework of law, compliance improves, bitterness reduces. From family disputes to community conflicts, from commercial matters to international diplomacy, mediation has proved that dialogues backed by legal principles can do what force cannot. If we want stronger nations, we need stronger communities. If we want lasting peace, we need local resolution. If we want justice for all, we must start justice by all. Let us build a culture where we do not rush to fight, but first to talk, where we do not seek revenge, but resolution, where peace is not imposed but negotiated, and always within the boundaries of law. Because a just peace is durable, and durable peace is only possible when it is rooted in the rule of law. Let us invest in community dialogue that connects, trusts, and sustains local mechanisms that resolves. Because true justice doesn't come from the above. It rises from ground up. It rises from grassroots levels. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
His views on the topic.
Thank you, Justice Koshi, and chairperson of the session, and Justice Anup co-chairperson of the session, to give me opportunity. Good morning to everybody. On this Sunday morning, when most of us otherwise would have been relaxing in our houses, maybe some of us enjoying a cup of tea, we are here to discuss a very important topic, a process which may change the landscape of dispute resolution in societies all over the globe. That is community mediation. As has been discussed since yesterday, historically, mediation is embedded in the society, more so in Indian society, where community mediation has been always part of dispute resolution, even when this modern dispute resolution system has been put in place. I'll just borrow the words of Justice Suryakant, as his Lordship was then Executive Chairman of the Legal Services Authority, in his message to the training manual which NALSA has published and released last year in October. His Lordship has said, justice is often seen as a destination, a verdict, a signature, a final word. But what if the justice is not end of journey, but way we walk together? How beautifully Justice Suryakant has defined mediation. A concept which is now entering into the dispute resolution, which was earlier seen, even ADR was seen as basically a dispute resolution or adjudicatory process. How this adjudicatory process is now turning into a voluntary system in which parties are resolving their dispute of their own. His Lordship also said in the message, at a time when dispute divide and words wound, community mediation becomes a gentle bridge, one that leads us back to our shared humanity. It transforms neighbors into collaborators, strangers into partners in dialogue, and conflict into opportunity for collective healing. That is the depth to which the community mediation is taking mediation to. Now, I remember when I joined as member of the MCPC, in our first few meetings, Justice Kaul, Justice Khanna, Justice Narasimha, Justice Sundaresh, I floated this idea that why don't we revive our old panchayat system? And for that purpose, why don't we train the village level people, the Gram Panchayat members, and the locals in the community as mediators. Because they know their local problems, they are more acceptable, people there know their honesty, their dedication, their answerability. That concept was taken in 2020, and this has seen now in the form of Community Mediation Training Manual, which was released last year in October. We are formalizing it. And not only this, we have now, again in February, released another community mediation towards litigation-free rural India 2026 in February 2026. A whole compendium in which SOP has been prepared, how we will be training, how we will be approaching, how we will be resolving the disputes at the community level through mediation. That both SOP and training manual are available on our NALSA site. Anybody can go there and read and download them. Coming to the topic, community mediation. It is a different concept of mediation than our normal mediation. Here, it is a mediation done in community, by the community, for the community. All the stakeholders, the disputing parties, mediators, and resolvers, and beneficiaries, all are from the same community, same society, same place, locals, resolving amongst themselves. That is the concept of community mediation. The concept of community mediation has also been recognized in the Mediation Act 2023. There, the Act defines the mediation, community mediation, as any dispute likely to affect peace, harmony, and tranquility amongst the residents or families of any area or locality may be settled through the community mediation with prior mutual consent of parties to the dispute. The concept in the SOP which we have developed, we have tried to identify, we are proposing to identify the community mediators who are usually respected community members as teachers, social workers, religious leaders, retired teachers, retired ex-servicemen, the people who are living in that particular area, so that they can come forward, take training, and resolve the disputes there and then, rather than the parties going to the court. What will be the scope? The scope if we look at the community mediation, extends to the disputes of a local or community nature that are likely to affect peace, harmony, and tranquility amongst the residents or families of the area, locality, provided such disputes are amenable to mediation and are excluded, not excluded under the first schedule of the Act. Now, coming to the objects, community mediation objects are to progressively move villages towards the goal of becoming litigation-free villages by facilitating early local and amicable resolution of disputes and thereby reducing filing of new cases originating from the villages. To strengthen Gram Panchayats and the community institutions to enable them to play a constructive role in dispute prevention and resolution. To enhance the legal awareness and promote preventive law practices within the community through sustained engagement and participatory process. To develop a scalable and replicable national module of community mediation capable of being adopted uniformly across the states and union territories. Now the NALSA has also, just as Vikram Nath in February has launched the pilot project at Bagpat in UP. In that pilot project, 6 villages were adopted. The training was given to the local there and then, and they resolved the disputes in those 6 villages. This, in the second phase, is now going to be implemented through the state legal services authorities, and that will be the aim of the NALSA. So this is how the community mediation in India is developing, and we are looking forward to a litigation-free society through the community mediation. Thank you very much.
May I now request Ms.
Madam
Shushila,
the Senior
Senior
Counsel, to
Advocate.
give her reflection on the topics.
Respected and dear all, since 2 days, we are deliberating on peace mediation and rule of law. The common goal here is, in a way similar, it is to ensure safety, which is both physical and emotional safety, fairness, and harmony in the society. Community mediation is part of peace mediation. It's based on a simple and profound philosophy that you cannot be happy if your father or son or your neighbor is unhappy. This is the underlining factor here. Community mediation aims at community justice, where the entire community becomes part of justice delivery system. Today, my focus is on sharing some of my views as to how we can structurally and ideologically design this mediation so as to cater to the needs of the community at a grassroots, sustainable way. And this should be a sustainable grassroots mechanism is what I am looking forward to. This is for the future generation to come, not for us. Why community mediation? If we have to consider it from the perspective of Indian context, nearly 5 crore cases are pending. That means 5 into 2, 10 crore people are involved in litigation. Litigation is like terminal illness. It is not just the patient, but the persons associated with the patient are also suffering. 2 persons on each side, 4. 4 into 10 means 40 crore people are suffering because of litigation. I have highest regard for our judicial system. I am 40-year-old in profession. Nevertheless, I always put this question. I have the best car. I have the best driver. My fuel tank is full, but still I am unable to reach the destination. There is traffic jam. Everyone is moving towards the same destination, and we are still unable to reach there. There is a surge. We need to introspect. We have to accept that there is a surge. Our judicial system in the past had not expected this surge to happen. At least today, it is the second time we are standing here. We need to introspect ourselves. Can we cater to the needs of the public at this level going forward is what we need to look at. There is a stressful movement at a snail's pace. We are all moving, but there is no progress. There is difference between movement and progress. Again, justice is something which is associated with certainty, and it is to be identified with certainty. Fear is one of the strongest of emotions of human beings. Fear of uncertainty haunts all of us. How long should I be waiting to get justice? Should I pass it on to my next generation to fulfill the hopes that I couldn't get fulfilled through litigation is one question that every individual passing through the path of litigation questions himself. How do we handle this with the help of community mediation? Let us have a community justice framework in place to develop mediation culture in the society. It has to be developed from the grassroots level. We need to teach the language of mediation to everyone in the society, from the youngest to the oldest. Let us make everyone to speak through the language of mediation. What are the advantages? In community mediation, we have guided conversations through trained mediators in order to ensure emotional safety. Let us cultivate the habit of active listening as an ethical foundation in the society to aim at neutral and legitimate outcome through community mediation. This helps us to handle two major aspects. The language of mediation helps us understand justice as it needs to be understood. Disputing parties sit next to each other, discuss with the help of a trained mediator, understand what is right, and they give a go-by to what is not right and who is not right. They stop fighting against perceived injustice. I always focus more on this perceived injustice. Today, if there is a surge, it is because people are coming to courts with an impression of perceived injustice. If we handle this, this reduces the traffic jam. If this culture of mediation is woven into the fabric of our society, from today, probably in another 100 years, we may avoid this traffic jam. This is the best gift that we can give to our next generation. Any dispute is the result of violated expectations. It is the result of unmet needs. This mediation culture helps us understand every other individual empathetically. Our empathy levels are going down. When we have this community mediation in place, naturally we learn to connect with another individual empathetically. We also learn how to discuss our disagreements very respectfully and gracefully. We learn when we should be discussing and when we should not be fighting. We also learn that many fights should be either ignored or sorted out. And we also understand that there is a need to understand all conflicts, and after understanding the conflicts, some conflicts have to be managed, some have to be resolved, some have to be dealt with in its own way. With this culture being inherent in society, disputes related to family, community relations, and many disputes emerging from minor conflicts move away from the courts. Community mediation is a decentralized yet consensual approach to handle the crisis of limited institutional reach. Way forward. It can ensure grassroots justice if we build a culture of mediation, teach the language of mediation, encourage guided conversations, make active listening a habit. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Ms. Pushpa Gupta to elucidate on the topic.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. And a very happy Friendship Day to each one of you. Today in India, we are celebrating Friendship Day. And what a beautiful example of friendship when we have collaborated between Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority, Rajasthan High Court, Nivaran, Supreme Court Bar Association, Commonwealth Lawyers Association. I think it's just the superb example of inclusion. We are living in a time when we walk together. Certainly the results would be illustrious the way we have witnessed in last 2 days. Thanks to Mr. Santhanan and Nandini for giving me this opportunity to be here amongst you people and share my view on the topic. But I'm at a stage where, though I'm fortunate that I'm speaking after the Honorable Chair and my co-panelist, but it's a challenge also. I was telling Mr. Rakesh Khanna that much has already been said on topic by you and Justice Sam Kushin, Justice Anup, and now even Madam Sushila, my guru, who taught me ABCD of mediation. So grateful to my co-panelist and co-chair. But taking it further to maybe some new dimensions we can share. Day before yesterday, we saw a song played by Nalsa, Ek Muthi Asma, Pe Ab Hak Hamara Bhi Hai. Yes, this is grassroots justice. And when I am standing in a state of Rajasthan, it makes us more responsible, and it's a civic responsibility in Rajasthan, which is the largest state in terms of area. And when we go out for training, imparting training in mediation, we have to tell about benefits of mediation. The benefits of mediation are large, but most of it, when I am in state of Rajasthan, where 75% of the population comes from village, cost is one of the predominant factor which brings mediation in forefront, conciliation at the first pathway for justice. See, people here in villages, one must accept the fact that the foundation of Rajasthan economy lies in villages. Because whatever we are in cities today, whether we have the estate here, but the people who are running and who are holding these industries are none other than people living in villages. So is it not our civic responsibility to handhold and hold their hands when they are in pain, when they are in some dispute, when they are in conflict with their people at home, whether workplace, their workplace, our fields also, industries, they are contributing for our agriculture. In Delhi and major urban cities, when we thought of mediation, it was earlier being taken as something to unload the courts from the pendency of the matters. But I disagree to that. Why should mediation just be taken as an arm to take care of the backlog of cases? We are in times when mediation should not be taken just as cure, but it should be taken as prevention. Prevention is always better than cure. Why do we look for litigation first and then cure by way of mediation? This is a stepmotherly treatment with mediation, and I'm being very possessed about mediation, so I don't like this treatment by anyone all over the India. So, dear friends, we have young partners here also in the audience. Community mediation is for you to explore. When we were talking in the peace conference I think yesterday, we were discussing about domain knowledge. One must have some domain knowledge to even conduct the process. But community mediation is all about your access to dialogue. How one should reach out to a person with whom you are in dispute or a conflict. If we have people who are there in the community, as Rakesh Khanna sir has already said, that there is already a SOP from the Supreme Court Nalsa Society that we are running community mediation training program with an SOP that how this training has to be executed. But I think it is the right time, given a time, because see, there are lots of community mediation training going on all over India. But I would still want to know as to how many of us have actually gone to villages to see whether that community mediation training is actually executed or not. Because to be there amongst the villagers, one must know the pulse of the society to reach out to their grassroots problems. And when we are there physically available, maybe to train or even to, I would not mind, I can give an open offer to our honorable judges to invite us for actually conducting community mediation, not just as trainers, but to conduct community mediation training, community mediation in the villages. Because see, I always see that dispute passes through a window of preventability. We always see that it starts with communication. कहते हैं ना कि शब्द हैं जो जख्म भी लगाते हैं और मरहम भी लगाते हैं. Yes. So we should have workshops, legal awareness in communities where we can teach people how to communicate with each other when you are in simple disagreement. Two people can be in disagreement, but still stay under same roof, can share same kitchen. The first thing which snaps between people who are in conflict is communication. And then we start, I'll take you to a village through a journey, like maybe if two farmers are fighting for a piece of land, just 2 feet of piece of land, neighboring farmers. So initially what happens? There is simple disagreement between two of them. Then it spirals into their family. Families stop talking to each other. Then it goes out. Who comes in? Vakil Saab. What remedy? Legal notice. What else? Civil suit or a criminal case. So where has justice failed in this? Justice in this failed because there was not an appropriate intervention when a simple disagreement arose between two farmers, neighboring farmers. Because if we had someone who had held their hand when they were in disagreement, then they could have talked to each other before the silence became conflict between two families. So it is that moment where, see, I was just researching a bit about the villages, like we have almost 11,000 plus gram panchayats in Rajasthan, which is headed by Sarpanch. We know we don't accept that if Sarpanch dictates or takes a chair of dictating, that is away from mediation and conciliation. But yes, we can have sensitization program. They can be the first doorway or maybe a bridge between citizen and the judicial system also. So we don't need more courtrooms, we don't need more judges, but already we have so many people involved in society who can integrate with the infrastructure. Because if we are looking for prosperity, economic prosperity also, let us try to come together and see where we can contribute, because the cost of land in dispute is not much when you're fighting with your with your neighboring farmer. But when it comes to litigation, those tangible and intangible costs, the balance sheet is exhaustive. You cannot calculate the cost. This is what has to go for the farmers, for the people in village. They have their own personal problems, but we don't look into that. They have their own domestic violence issues, family dispute, partitions between brothers, everything. But it ultimately affects the economy. It affects the harvest. It affects the manufacturing in factories. So we have to have the digital mediation centers kilometers, when we have the largest state in kilometers, we need to see that the digital mediation centers, conciliation centers are made available at Gram Panchayat level also, so that if people don't have smartphones, desktops, still we have center facilitation centers wherein dialogue can still be exchanged through the digital mediation centers. Let us have village mediation panels. There's so much so we can do. But only thing is this desire that how we can contribute our bit to our people living in village who are contributing to the economy of society, especially to Rajasthan, which is built up like on agriculture, handicrafts. We have mining, we have marbles, we have stone, granite with dairy cooperatives. So when they are contributing, so it is our duty, civic responsibility that we go. We serve ourselves as conciliators, as facilitators for them, and let them know that let disagreement be handled at a right stage, and it is there where the justice begins, not justice begins when the matter goes to the litigation. So the door of justice is when disagreement starts. So let us pause and reflect where we can serve ourselves. There's so much to contribute. And in morning, my friend Praveena Gautam, she was playing her favorite list of songs from our time. So there was one song, I must say, which I related to this, and I would like to just play that one line. जिंदगी के सफ़र में गुजर जाते हैं वो मकाम जो फिर नहीं आते लोग बिछड़ते हैं और पतझड़ वो. If you listen to that song, it is this only that we have to tell people before it is too late. सफ़र वो निकल जाएगा, रिश्तों को प्रिजर्व करना है. और गांव में जो रहते हैं उनका तो हमें we have to take responsibility. Let us be there for them, for their personal problems. So dear friends, let us take an oath, a pledge, that not just as one of the panelists for the conference, yes, we take an oath that we serve our society, we serve people who are living in villages, who are giving us what we are finding in our kitchen, in our homes. It is because of them. So it is our duty of our conscience, and see that really justice begins in villages, and we contribute our bit. Thank you so much. I don't want to add further. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I quickly put a question to Madam Sushila to throw some light on the question as to what role do NGOs or the non-government organizations or the civil society organizations play in supporting grassroots justice?
Yes. First and foremost, they should get trained in mediation, and they should be capable of providing mediation training, and they should act as neutral facilitators to encourage respectful discussion between the disputing parties. They can also join hands in raising awareness about this mediation culture, and they can also organize some events where people get proper awareness as to why they should adopt to this culture.
Thank you, ma'am. One quick question to Shri Rakesh Khanna also. Though Madam Pushpa Gupta has already referred to about the use of technology, but can I ask Mr. Khanna also to throw some light on how can technology and digital communication support the community-based mediation in enhancing the justice delivery system?
The digital communication, like in our SOP, we have also said that, you see, we will establish centers at district level, at taluka level, at village level, and we will communicate. Further, you see, at times, there may be respectable from the locals who may have settled in different cities, but people still have trust in them. So they can digitally, again, participate in mediation and resolve the local dispute. So technology is going to play a very important role. Like I tell you, recently I was doing a mediation. A party in Othgad in Odisha, in a village, and another party in Calcutta. So digitally I was doing mediation, and I resolved their child custody disputes. So technology in times to come is going to play a very, very important role, whether it is the mediation centers handling from there or the mediators handling through technology.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Madam Pushp, would you say, just with your rich experience on this field, throw some light on the challenges which you are otherwise facing in the course of expanding the area of mediation wherever you are put at?
See, I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So, sir, it's, I take it like this, challenges is something which I don't carry when I'm conducting mediation, or maybe I'm imparting training. But there are certain ground realities which come across when we are in the field, maybe as mediator. And sometimes it really, see, we spend many people feel that the journey of a mediator is to get a settlement. No, journey of a mediator is just to conduct a process wherein you can bring parties at par with each other's understanding, where they can appreciate each other's perspective and perceptions. Because until and unless you don't bring them to that forum where they understand each other's positions or perspective, they will not enter into a zone of generating options which are suitable to both. So initially when we are mediating, both of them will come, madam, I want this, I want this. So, and when we have people from different culture, even we have to take time as mediator and pause whether we have been able to understand the way they want us to understand. Because much of the exercise which I have felt, maybe if I can say that, yeah, it's a challenge, that we respond too early to the offers and options in mediation. But as mediator, one should spend as much as time they can as mediator and for the parties, with the parties, amongst the parties, on building an understanding. Until and unless you don't lead them to that situation, they will not, because both of them come from different cultures, background, religion, upbringing, and that has to be bridged by a mediator who herself have to switch off her own biases and prejudices. So it's really a noble exercise, but very difficult. So honorable judges are here, so it's easy to judge, but when you're sitting as mediator, it really takes lot of toll tax on us to switch off our biases, prejudices, and our information and opinion, and then to be a bridge amongst them. So it's a beautiful exercise, and if we have patience, I think we can overcome any challenge, if so, it is there. So patience is what is required with the mediator. So this is what I feel, sir. I hope I am able to answer.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Just to briefly sum up, can I just put two more sentences to what I had added earlier? See, from all the discussions that we have, what now we conclude is that mediation is just not a resolution that we find out. It has to be treated as a preventive measure to avoid a situation of a dispute arising between the communities at the lower level. It is preventive and restorative when it is tried to stop the escalation, and the escalation at times goes into a violent mode, long litigations, and it also tries to repair the relationship rather than deepening the fractures. When mediation work, it does not merely disposes of a dispute, but it also restores everyday peace within the community. And therefore, it is our bounden duty and a responsibility, particularly the members who have all gathered here, to take this process of mediation to convert it to be a trustworthy agency or a tool within the society, guiding principles for treating them as a non-negotiable term on non-negotiable terms. Participation therefore must be voluntarily, based on free and informal. Consent should be with wide open eyes and with no pressure whatsoever, and with the right to withdraw at any time without arriving at a settlement, without any compulsions whatsoever. With time running out of us, we thank you all on behalf of the panelists on the dais for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there is any suggestion or questions from the members of judiciary, they are most welcome and they may ask the Honorable Chair. Yes, please.
To the lady who's in the red dress. Yes.
Good morning and happy Sunday to everyone. My question is to Honorable Justice Sam Koshi. Sir, we have this community mediation under the Act. It says that it is for the peace, tranquility and harmony of the community, that the dispute should be solved through community mediation. But the section in the Act also says that even after we have the settlement agreement, which can also be registered with the STM, it will be only for the purpose of the tranquility, but it will not be enforceable as a decree of the court. So do we assume that this will be a gray area to ensure justice, or this we will overcome as and when and more we have community mediation? Thank you.
For that, actually, there is still some gray areas on that. But what we are proposing is whenever such a settlement arrives at, if at all, if it has reached a stage of litigation, it should be immediately referred to a Lok Adalat, and where it can be written as a document and then got it settled. So then it becomes enforceable.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Rashmi, I see you asking a question, please. Can somebody please give mic to...
Good morning.
Okay.
So my question is, for two days, this August gathering has deliberated on the various aspects of mediation and mediation as a mode of like going forward. Now, my question and the concern both, especially in the context of a community mediation, what is that? What is the mode, mechanism, and the way forward that the panel would suggest? How do we see that the mediators themselves, there is a quality maintained, and especially in the context of a community mediation, because when we talk about community mediations, there are several aspects related to a community, and therefore the community mediation does not in itself become a mode of sort of not solving the dispute, but putting it under the carpet. So therefore, Madam Sushila spoke about neutral facilitator. In community mediation, how would one ensure that the facilitator has a neutral voice to really make it fruitful? Thank you.
Can I request Mr. Khanna to just give a quick response to this?
Yeah. You see, as I said in my introduction, see, it is in the community, by the community, and for the community. Now here, the community itself is choosing the mediators. The community, that local people know who is trustworthy. That is why when we are going into the community mediation at the grassroots level, this assumes a lot of importance. It creates more trust than a person who is not known to the parties. Here the persons are known to the parties and they are part of that society or locality. So that itself is a great trust amongst the community, and they each know their integrity and their genuineness. So that is why I said community mediation is certainly different than even mediation. It is more responsive and more trustworthy.
Yes, please. Yes.
Forward. See, as a mediator, you've rightly raised something which goes quite deep into the quality and the longevity of the mediation, because what we need is good quality mediators, not just to conduct process, but otherwise a neutral, truly neutral facilitator. But see, this is a continuous exercise a mediator has to exhibit. By simply appointing a mediator that, okay, he is trustworthy, okay, let's take him. But that mediator in whom the trust has been reposed by a party, he has to exhibit that trust while conducting the sessions. And if at any stage of the session, maybe day 1, 2, 3, there is any falter wherein party feel that there is something he's taking side of one, maybe he's preaching, he's giving judgment, he's advocating for one, they can ask him to recuse. So it depends upon mediator whether he's looking for that one case as his first and last case as mediator, or whether he would want that next time people in village say, okay, please appoint this person or this lady as mediator. So it's a continuous practice. So that is how we can ensure that we have good quality mediators.
Thank you. Rashmi, you had a question to ask, please. Ma'am, the lady behind you, just behind you.
Honorable Dais, as shared by the Dais by Mr. Rakesh Khanna and Madam Pushpa Gupta, We are greatly overwhelmed that the idea of community mediation has been continuously supported. In India, the idea of community mediation has been through ancient India and presently in rural India also. Rajasthan has already, through RSLSA, has implemented community mediation for women by the name of Nari Samvad Samudaik Samadhan Manch, where women are being empaneled for the community mediation. As we all know, Rajasthan is the first, probably the first state to have introduced the Gram Nyayalas. So the fusion of these two forums would be it is a polite suggestion that the fusion of these two forums would make it, more inclusive idea, and the respectable people from the villages, the respectable persons from the society therein will make it a better forum.
See, that's what I said earlier. See, in first phase we had taken one village, 6 villages in Bagpat. Now all over India, NALSA is going to give training in almost all districts, all villages. We'll be training locals, the retired teachers, even youngsters, women. We'll be involving all sections, all stakeholders of the locality and the society into the community mediation. And ultimately, you see, these people, when they are discharging at local level, their own image is at stake. That's what I was referring to Sunita ji. You see, when you are from the locality and you are deciding something, if you will be impartial, your own image will be tarnished. So, to save your image, to maintain your image, maintain your impartiality, you will never try to, do anything which will affect you. So that itself will be a big check, and that will be a guarantee for the locals to respond while they are mediating.
So
Last question from, sorry.
Sorry. So the idea is to use the forum of Gram Nyayalaya.
You see, Gram Nyayalaya is a different concept than a mediation. You see, adjudicatory process and mediation process are two different processes. In mediation process, we are not going into mediation. In the community mediation process, we want to develop a society which, before the dispute goes to the court, is resolved by the community itself, within the community. So that concept is much different than Gram Nyayalaya.
Okay. Thank you. Can we have last question, I think, Madam Rashmi Gore?
In fact, I will like all the judiciary, especially the district level judiciary, they need to also be trained so that this community mediation, that is ultimate goal of NALSA. First, we are going to state level legal authorities, and then we will go to district level legal services authorities so that we can go up to the village level, identify mediators there, train them, and see that the litigation does not go to the court. That is the ultimate aim of community mediation.
Thank you. The last
Sir,
question from Rashmi
last
Gore.
question, sir. Myself.
Good morning, all the experts here.
No, actually, we are running short of time. I'm so sorry, this is the last day of the session and we have to conclude in time so that, dignitaries can leave in time.
Only one question. Myself, Pradeep Kumar Yadav, my query is whole of the DAS members. Only question is community mediation is topic here, but in India, there is many differences between caste, religion, and everything. Basically, I am belonging from rural area, I know very well. Then if there is too much differences between caste and religion, then how will we tackle community mediation in this scenario?
Actually, for the state of Telangana, from where I am coming as heading the State Legal Service Authority, what we have done is that we have gone into at the level of Mandal legal service authorities to find out all the village heads, the community heads, including the religious heads from those villages. And then we are calling upon them training them, not training them, making them aware of the ground realities and the situation, and also the responsibility that they otherwise shoulder. And we have found that there is a great element of positive response from their side, and we have been able to now hold these training programs at mandal level for all these selected people, and they are in turn giving a wonderful service at the grassroots level.
Thank you. Last question from Vandana.
I am going to ask a very quick question to the panelists because they are the experts. Sir, I think, sir and madams, I think that community mediation is not only for the villages. When we are living in urban cities, the RWAs, you know, your dog is barking, or in your house, lots of loud music is coming, or there is another problem of car parking. In India, and especially in Delhi, I have seen that there are gunshots for parking lots. So we should do something for these type of communities also, the educated elite ones. That's my question and some suggestions from you.
Same way that we said that in Hyderabad, what we have done is that every judicial officer, judges, or even the other officers we were knowing of, what we did was we sent WhatsApp messages in all these groups which had all these retired officers association. So we got a grand success on that. We found a huge lot of retired IAS officers, bank officers, insurance officers, IPS officers, doctors, vice chancellors, principals, and most of them have been really living in such flats community or in the gated community which has these problems. And they have voluntarily come up to render the service of mediation in the society, and we have got some great success in that.
And the gentleman just asked the question about religious. For example, in India, we have Shiromani group, Jain Mandal, and different communities are there. They are religious communities. There also there are disputes. So, sir, what you are saying, I think that makes sense.
The basic idea is to give training to somebody who commands a respect in the society.
Correct.
That's the basic thing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. For this, we come to another session number 1. May I request the dignitaries to be seated for till the time we complete the souvenir presentation.
May I respectfully invite Shri Ajay Kumar, Secretary, Rajasthan High Court Legal Services Committee, Jaipur, to present a souvenir as a token of our deepest respect and gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Sam Koshi, Judge, High Court of Telangana.
Well, may we have a round of applause, please, from everybody in the audience.
May I now also respectfully invite Shri Hariom Atri Sir, Member Secretary, Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, to present a souvenir to Honorable Mr. Justice Anup Dhan Saab, Judge, High Court of Rajasthan, to present a souvenir as a token of respect, gratitude and gracious presence. In this order, may I also respectfully invite Mr. Anutosh Gupta, Additional District Judge, Bandikoi, to present a souvenir to Mr. Rakesh Khanna, Senior Advocate. May I also respectfully invite Ms. Rashmi Nawal, OSD, Honorable Rajasthan High Court, to present a souvenir to Ms. Sushila, Senior Advocate. May I also respectfully invite Ms. Meghna Vyas, Deputy Secretary 2nd, Ralsa, to present a souvenir to Ms. Pushp Gupta, Advocate.
Admiring how organizers have chosen this perfect memento, which is Hawa Mahal with lot many windows. So it is like this only, that every dispute has a window. We have to just see which window we should reach out for an appropriate solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you for remembering, ma'am, the riches of Hawa Mahal. We are so honored.
Thank you, Anurag. Now, thank you all for being a part of today's session. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed chairperson, Honorable Justice P. Sam Koshi, for expertly guiding today's session and for valuable insights shared. I have also expressed my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished chair and panelists for on their thought-provoking presentations and meaningful contributions to the discussion. My sincere appreciation goes to all the delegates and participants for our active engagement and thoughtful participation, which made this session more engaging and prosperous. Finally, I thank the organizers, volunteers, everyone who worked behind the scene to ensure the success of this session. Thank you all for, I wish you a pleasant and successful remainder of the conference.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Thanks, panelists. With this, now we come to an end of session first. We now break for the tea. I'll request all in the hall to please make way for our honorables to proceed to the dome for a tea. And for all of us, it is in the pre-conference area. We'll all gather after 15 minutes. My humble request to you is that we are running short of time. And today is the last day. Many people have to catch their flights and, travel arrangements. So I'll request you to be please available on time after 15 minutes by my watch. So we assemble here at 11:25 hours. Thank you very much. session after the tea. This is the last session before the grand finale. And this session is on topic peace mediation as a civilizational tool, advancing peace, inclusion, and sustainable development. I hand over the proceedings to my co-anchor, Komal.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. May I have the honor to warmly welcome our distinguished dignitaries on the dais.
Yes, sir. Sir, thanks for joining.
Thank you, Anurag. Can I take it from here?
Yeah, please, sure. Please go ahead.
Good morning, honorable judges, respected guests, and dear participants. It is my absolute privilege to introduce our esteemed chairperson and distinguished panelists for the concluding session of the Commonwealth Peace Mediation Conference 2026. Our topic today is peace mediation as a civilizational tool advancing peace, inclusion, and sustainable development. My name is Mandakini Sharma, and I am a mediator empaneled with the Supreme Court of India. For the discussion today, we are honored to have Honorable Justice Ashok Kumar Jain, Judge Rajasthan High Court, as the chairperson. Justice Ashok is widely respected for his profound legal acumen, judicial wisdom, and unwavering commitment for the cause of justice. His Lordship has made significant contribution to the administration of justice and continues to inspire the legal fraternity with his integrity and dedication. Welcome, sir. We also have Honorable Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court, Bahamas, as the chair for this session. Justice Kokaram currently serves as the judge of the Court of the Bahamas after an illustrious judicial career in Trinidad and Tobago, where he served with distinction as the judge of the High Court and subsequently as the judge of the Court of Appeal. Widely recognized for his pioneering contributions to mediation and alternative dispute resolution, he has been instrumental in advancing court-annexed mediation, judicial settlement conferences, and judicial education. He has chaired the Mediation Board of Trinidad and Tobago, is a certified judicial trainer, and serves as the specialist mediator on the Singapore International Mediation Center's Caribbean panel. In addition to his judicial responsibilities, he has devoted many years to mentoring aspiring lawyers at the Hugh Wooding Law School. A warm welcome to you, Justice Kokaram. Our first panelist today is Lugile Magagula, all the way from Eswatini. Lugile is a seasoned attorney with over 20 years of legal experience. She is currently the director of Eswatini Legal Aid Office under the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Prior to her current position, she worked as the legal advisor at the Elections and Boundaries Commission, legal advisor under the Commission on Human Rights and Public Administration, as well as the Senior Corruption Prevention Officer at the Anti-Corruption Commission, which are all departments under the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Lugile has a successful record of accomplishments in providing legal aid, legal advice, monitoring compliance with national, regional, and international obligations. She also has experience in drafting and vetting contracts, legal contributions in strategic and governance processes, strategies, and tools to promote efficiency. In addition, she possesses policy and legislative analysis, research skills combined with effective decision making, and excellent report writing and interpersonal skills. Welcome, Lugile. Our second speaker today is Miss Gayatri Raman from Malaysia.
Yeah, maybe a big round of applause for our speakers and for the people, those who are on the dais. Please, thank you very much.
Gayatri is the Managing Director of LexisNexis Southeast Asia and India, leading the adoption of innovative legal technology across litigation, corporate and government sectors. A strong advocate for the rule of law, she champions the use of technology to enhance legal literacy, transparency, and access to justice. Her leadership, and please note, she has been with the company for over 25 years, continues to shape how legal professionals across the region work, decide, and create impact in an increasingly digital legal ecosystem. Welcome, Gayatri. Our third panelist today is Mr. Joe Tirado. Mr. Tirado is an independent international arbitrator, adjudicator, expert determinator, conciliator, accredited commercial and investor state mediator, and ADR consultant based in London. He has over 35 years of dispute resolution experience, having held global leadership positions in leading firms from 4 major jurisdictions: UK, US, Illinois and Texas, and Spain. He has handled hundreds of cases in more than 70 jurisdictions with a combined total in dispute of over $10 billion US. He is a solicitor advocate with full rights of audience before all civil courts in England and Wales, a CEDR accredited commercial and investor state mediator, a Civil Mediation Council fellow, a former ICSID conciliator appointed by the President of the World Bank Group, and a panel member of a number of leading invitation-only arbitration and mediation panels, including the European Union and the United Nations. Welcome you again, sir. We also have with us, as Justice Kokaram calls him, the Grand Master himself, Senior Advocate Aruneshwar Gupta, who we all know is a distinguished jurist, legal scholar, and thought leader whose illustrious career spans nearly 5 decades at the bar. Well, his contributions extend far beyond courtroom advocacy actually. Mr. Gupta has had several positions of leadership, including Additional Advocate General for the state of Rajasthan, before the Supreme Court, and presently serves as the chairperson, president, vice president, director, and trustee of numerous national and international legal arbitration and mediation institutions dedicated to promoting justice, dispute resolution, and legal reform. A prolific author, we all know, and sought-after speaker, he has delivered lectures and presented papers across India and abroad, including at Commonwealth Lawyers Association conferences. His writing reflects his deep engagement with the contemporary legal challenges, covering subjects such as arbitration, online dispute resolution, mediation, artificial intelligence, digital assets, and judicial reform. Driven by the belief that mediation is not merely a dispute resolution mechanism, but a means of fostering lasting peace and stronger institutions, Mr. Gupta continues to inspire the legal fraternity through his scholarship, leadership, and unwavering commitment to building a more harmonious and conflict-free society. Welcome, Anureshwar sir. Well, now I hand over the mic to Honorable Justice Kokaram to begin the session. Sir,
Mandakini, I'm so sorry. We have to do our honors first of all to the panelists. I'm so sorry. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. You spoke so well. To do the honors for our people, for our honorables and respected panelists on the dais, may I please request, first of all, Mr. Shri Hariyo Matri, Member Secretary, RSLSA, to please come on the dais and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court of Bahamas. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Sri Mahendra Pratap Beniwal, Special Secretary, RSLSA, to please come on the dais. We missed you for the first time, sir. Please come on the dais to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Ashok Kumar Jain. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much for accepting the token from our side. Thank you, Mr. Pratap. May I request Ms. Meghna Vyas, Deputy Secretary to RSLSA, to please come on the dais and felicitate Ms. Gayatri Raman, Malaysia. From Malaysia, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Now may I request Ms. Rashmi Naval, OSD to Rajasthan High Court, to please come on the dais, on the stage, and felicitate Ms. Lanjail Magagula, Director of Legal Aid, Government of Eastwani. Iswatini, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much. And last, not the last, sorry, may I request Mr. Himanshu Kumawat to please come and felicitate Mr. Jyotirado. Mr. Himanshu Kumawat, may I have you on the stage, please? Thank you very much. And to felicitate Mr. Aruneshwar Gupta, Senior Advocate, the man who had been the helm of affairs, may I request Mr. Vikram Bhati, Secretary DLSA to Pali, to please come on stage and felicitate him. Mr. Vikram Bhati, yes, thank you very much for coming so fast, sir. Thank you so much. And then hand over to Sachin Chair. Thank you very much. We now take backstage and hand over the mic to Session Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, to set the motion and proceedings.
Right. Thank you very much. But being a guest, I will pass the honors over to our host, Justice Kumar, to begin the proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court of Bahamas. Ms. Gayatri Raman from LexisNexis, Singapore. Ms. Lungli Mangola, Director Legal Aid, Government of Iswani. Mr. Joy Tirado from England, Mr. Aruneshwar Gupta, Senior Advocate, my esteemed elder brothers and younger brothers in Rajasthan High Court, and also my sisters in Rajasthan High Court, all delegates from Commonwealth countries, dear judicial officers, ladies and gentlemen, in India, today we are youngsters, or say we are celebrating Friendship Day. What a good occasion to conclude this conference on Day of Friendship, which we celebrate across the country. Also in many jurisdictions we are celebrating, though as per United States, the Friendship Day is 30th July. But friendship is the beginning of
resolution of a dispute, that is dissolving a dispute. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the Commonwealth Peace Mediation Conference on the theme, Peace Mediation as a Civilizational Tool, Advancing Peace, Inclusion and Sustainable Development. When we reflect upon the great civilizations of history, we admire their remarkable achievements like the pyramids of Egypt, the philosophy of Greece, the legal legacy of Rome, the scholarly traditions of India, the innovations of China, and rich cultural heritage of Africa. Yet history reminds us that civilizations are remembered not merely for what they built, but for how they endured. Their enduring strength lay in their ability to resolve conflict without weakening the fabric of society. Long before constitutions, courts, and international institutions came into existence, communities recognized a timeless truth: no society can prosper if every disagreement ends in violence. They relied upon dialogue, consensus, and reconciliation to preserve harmony. In many respects, the history of civilization is also the history of mediation. Every enduring society discovered that dialogue was less costly than conflict, consensus more durable than coercion, and reconciliation more meaningful than revenge. Today, despite unprecedented technological advancement, humanity faces increasingly complex challenges like identity-based conflicts, climate change, misinformation, cyber threats, migration, and the ethical dilemmas posed by artificial intelligence. These 21st century challenges call for one of humanity's oldest solutions, that is dialogue. Peace mediation must therefore be recognized not merely as an alternative dispute resolution mechanism, but a civilizational institution that preserves relationship, strengthens institutions, and protects human dignity. As Roman philosopher Cicero observed, I quote, "Justice is bond of civil society," unquote. Mediation is the bridge that enables justice to reach society before conflicts become irreversible. If justice tells us what is right, mediation helps us discover what is possible. Together they create the foundation for lasting peace. The history of mediation is older than government themselves. The first mediators were not the judges. Rather, they are the family members and the community leaders. Across the world, diverse civilizations independently evolved similar traditions of peaceful dispute resolution. African communities gathered beneath palaver tree is just like banyan tree, to resolve dispute through dialogue and consensus. India's ancient panchayat system encouraged village elders to settle dispute while preserving social cohesion. In Mahabharata, Lord Krishna undertook a peace mission between the Kauravas and the Pandavas in effort to prevent the war through negotiation. Ancient Greece institutionalized conciliation through epistate. Epistate is supervisor or the superintendent over the community, where parties were required to attempt reconciliation before approaching the courts. This early model reduced litigation, saved time, and strengthened community harmony. One of the history's earliest example of international mediation is found in ancient Mesopotamia, where King Mesilim resolved a boundary dispute between Lagash and Umma. Likewise, the Treaty of Kadesh between Egypt and the Hittite Empire demonstrated the power of diplomacy in resolving international conflict. Roman law defined mediation through voluntary neutral facilitators, while Confucian philosophy in ancient China promoted harmony through dialogue and mutual respect. Although these traditions emerged independently, they are reflected one enduring principle: lasting peace cannot be imposed by force. It must be achieved through participation, dialogue, and mutual understanding. Modern legal system did not replace these traditions. They refined and institutionalized them through constitutions, independent judiciaries, and international law. The United Nations Charter, particularly Article 33, encourages negotiation, mediation, and conciliation before dispute escalates, while the United Nations Guidance for Effective Mediation reinforces the principle of inclusivity, impartiality, and respect for international law. Our challenge today is, therefore, not to reinvent mediation, but to make it our first instinct rather than last resort. Peace is far more than an absence of conflict. It is the foundation upon which prosperity, justice, and sustainable development are built. Peace creates opportunities for education, innovation, public health, investment, and democratic governance. Without peace, sustainable development cannot be achieved. This understanding is reflected in 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly SDG 16, which calls for peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. In truth, every sustainable development goals depend upon peace. Education cannot flourish where schools are destroyed. Healthcare cannot prosper where hospital becomes casualties of conflict. Economic growth cannot succeed in unstable societies. And climate resilience becomes increasingly difficult where communities are already burdened by violence. Mediation is not merely a method of resolving dispute. It is an investment in sustainable development. Every conflict prevented through dialogue preserves lives, protects livelihoods, strengthens institutions, and builds social trust. Mediation creates a lasting peace dividend whose benefit extend far beyond the immediate parties to a dispute. History offers compelling evidence that societies enjoying enduring peace are also those best positioned to achieve lasting prosperity. The experience of Singapore, Botswana, and Mauritius demonstrates that political stability, democratic governance, social cohesion, and rule of law creates an environment in which innovation, investment, and economic resilience flourish. Conversely, conflict destroys not only infrastructure and investment, but also trust, which is the most valuable asset of any society. Investment in peace is therefore among the wisest investment a nation can make. Peace, however, cannot endure unless it is inclusive. Societies become vulnerable when individuals or communities feel excluded from political participation, economic opportunity, or social recognition. Exclusion breeds mistrust, and mistrust often gives rise to conflict. Inclusion is therefore not merely a matter of representation, it is the foundation of effective and lasting peace. The Commonwealth Charter rightly recognizes democracy, human rights, gender equality, respect for diversity, and sustainable development as shared values. Peace building must include women, young people, indigenous communities, and minorities, because the most durable peace agreements are those that reflect the voices and aspirations of all sections of society. As recognized by United Nations Security Council's Women, Peace and Security Agenda, women are indispensable leaders in preventing conflict and rebuilding communities. while young people are active architects of peaceful and innovative societies. Peace also creates what economists described as social capital, which is the trust that enables citizens to cooperate, participate, and solve common problems. Mediation strengthens this social capital by restoring relationship and reinforcing confidence in institutions. Roads and buildings can be reconstructed after conflict, but trust, once lost, is far more difficult to rebuild. The true wealth of a nation lies not merely in resources beneath its soil, but in confidence its people place in one another. The Commonwealth, which is a union of 56 countries, representing more than 2.7 billion across every inhabited continent, occupies a unique position in the international community. Its diversity of cultures, legal traditions, and faith demonstrate that unity and diversity are not opposing ideas. By fostering collaboration among judges, mediators, educators, academics, traditional leaders, and young professionals, the Commonwealth can strengthen a global culture of peace and transform shared values into shared action. As we look to the future, the nature of conflict is changing. Our greatest challenge is not the absence of mediation, but the absence of a culture that instinctively chooses dialogue over confrontation. Such a culture begins in our homes, our educational institutions, workplace, and communities long before dispute reaches courtrooms. Mediation must become not merely a professional skill, but a social value, a principle of governance, and a way of life. History teaches us that greatest civilizations were not those that avoided conflict, but those that transformed conflict into cooperation through dialogue and mutual understanding. As Nelson Mandela wisely observed, I quote, "If you want to make peace with your enemy, you have to work with your enemy. Then he becomes your partner," unquote. These words remind us that lasting peace is built not by the absence of disagreement, but by the willingness to continue the conversation. As member of Commonwealth family, let us commit ourselves to building not only peaceful nations, but also peaceful cultures, where diversity inspires understanding rather than division, where inclusion strengthens development, and where dialogue becomes our first response rather than last resort. Can mediation shape the way societies coexist? I believe it not only can, it must. Every society is defined not by the absence of conflict, but by the wisdom of which it responds to conflict. Mediation reminds us that disagreement need not become division, and difference need not become discord. It replaces the language of accusation with the language of understanding, transforming adversaries into participants in a shared search for solutions. As Archbishop Desmond Tutu wisely observed, and we normally say in court as well, I quote, "Don't raise your voice, improve your arguments," unquote. Mediation embodies that philosophy by proving that lasting peace is not imposed through power, but built through dialogue. That is the quiet revolution of mediation. It does not merely resolve disputes, it restores relationship, rebuilds trust, and reaffirms our common humanity. In a world of increasingly divided by ideology, identity, and intolerance, mediation teaches us that coexistence is not achieved by eliminating our differences, but by learning to engage with them respectfully. As Mahatma Gandhi reminded us in following words, I quote, "The day the power of love overrules the love of power, the world will know peace." unquote. Mediation gives practical expression to the ideal. It nurtures empathy over ego, collaboration over confrontation, and consensus over conflict. In doing so, it shapes not only settlement but societies, creating communities where justice is compassionate, peace is participatory, and coexistence become a conscious choice rather than a fragile hope. I thank you all for patient listening, and I thank organizer for giving me an opportunity to share my views with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Justice Kumar. That was excellent. He has set a roadmap for our discussion on peace mediation as a tool of civilization. And it's such a joy to be here with you all. This is our last panel discussion. And it's a delight to have this interaction of ideas. And it's certainly a delight to share the stage with such distinguished and knowledgeable experts on mediation. Lungili, Gayatri, Joe, Grandmaster Arun. And we agreed with this panel, we want to set the stage for the discussion by playing a clip, a video clip, if they are. Camille, you want to put up the PowerPoint?
Please play the video clip.
All right, so while that PowerPoint is coming up, perfect. So the next slide, let me see if I can get that going. Right, okay, just one sec. So this, what we are about to see is a small clip of a dispute between two gentlemen having a dispute concerning scarce resources. So let's see how they deal with their conflict. And in the meantime, think about the adversarial system that we are all living in and see if you see any commonalities between our adversarial system and how we deal with conflict.
No, it's not done yet, sir.
You can see there.
You just need to press it to the right across.
I assure you this doesn't apply to anyone here. So they are in the rubble of their conflict. There are no winners. And when you are finished fighting, and you take a moment of silence to think about what you've done,
We've
Tried everything. Let's continue. So, whether the origins of conflict stem from simple misunderstandings to deep-rooted cultural or social intolerances, the reflex of power easily becomes the instrument of choice to quell a dispute. The use of power systematically or systemically or institutionally in the pursuit of justice does not lead to positive peace outcomes. So just as we've seen here, as in an adversarial trial, the conflict plays out as a power struggle to win, ignoring underlying needs. The result to power is impulsive. It has significant negative knock-on effects to future generations. As we've seen here, mismanaged conflict can spawn years of misery. It is borderless as conflict escalates swiftly, causing collateral damage. So this use and abuse of power in dealing with conflict throws up a challenge for our panel this afternoon. In examining the role of mediation, are we simply settling a dispute for the sake of settlement, or are we seeking the fruits of positive peace? 2, can mediation efforts keep up to speed with the ease with which conflict rapidly escalates and spreads? 3, should peace mediation be more focused on effecting culture change, the rewiring of negative impulses, give disputants a broader view of their commonality, and reconnect disputants with the nobility of humanism? And then finally, why should peacemaking efforts begin, or whether peacemaking efforts should begin at the discovery of the diamond or at the nuclear stage when everyone is ready to pull the trigger? So to dramatically make this point, and what changed my entire perspective on the role of mediation as a tool for re-civilization was the Global Peace Index, which comes out annually by the Institute of Economics and Peace, which is an independent non-profit think tank dedicated to shifting the world's focus on the pursuit of positive peace. And they've ranked 162 countries from the most peaceful number 1 to the least peaceful 162. And the ranking is all based on economic theory. And it gives the argument of positive peace economic legs. And it's based on the peace theories of Galtung on the difference between negative peace and positive peace. Negative peace means simply the end of the conflict, the end of the dispute. Positive peace refers to a more lasting peace built on sustainable investments in economic development, institutions, and fostering a change in societal attitudes. Interestingly, in this report, and I think there's some more on this, positive peace is a guiding principle to build and reinforce the institutions and structures that preempt conflict and help societies channel disagreements productively rather than falling into violence. There's a difference between positive and negative peace. Interestingly, what they've demonstrated is that the world has become, obviously, less peaceful. There are 119 countries that are less peaceful in 2008, and at this time there are more conflicts in more places at any point in time since World War II. And the economy behind it, the conflict has been a primary driver of long-run economic decline. The impact of violence on the global economy amounts to $21.8 trillion, which converts to $2,600 per person. Violence and the fear of violence creates significant economic disruptions. Another important finding is that modern wars do not stay where they are started. There's usually a regional network of refugee flows, sanctuary territory, weapons pipelines, and external sponsorship of further conflict. Conflicts are less likely to end in decisive victories or peace agreements. And let's look at that. Over the years, you would see the decline in the use of peace agreements to end conflict, and an increase in low activity to end conflict. Low activity meaning just leave it alone. Leave it alone. And it'll simmer. There's an end to the dispute, but it simmers, and it'll flare up again. That's what's happening in the world today. And finally, the report demonstrated the use of AI in weaponry and in combat has now, empirical studies demonstrated there's a now heightened risk of AI investment and involvement in nuclear weapons decision-making, making the doomsday clock closer more than ever. The doomsday clock is a metaphor created by scientists to demonstrate how far we are away in terms of time from total annihilation, from doomsday. Doomsday is midnight. How much hours to midnight? And in the last few decades, few years, we are 85 seconds to midnight from total annihilation. The convergence of climate change and global conflict taking us in that direction. So that's a picture of a civilized world on negative peace. And for small island states in the Caribbean, we are seeing the impact of the crisis in Haiti and Venezuela filtering into the small islands and creating a crisis in crime. And so much so that the judiciaries in the Needham Point Declaration in 2024 declared that crime is a mental health issue. And we are now refocusing on developing stronger communities to deal with conflict. So the lessons we have learned from this Global Peace Index is based on, as I said, some peace theories. Our judicial system is premised on a focus of negative peace by the use of power. With one decision, I can take your house. With one decision, I can separate your family. With one decision, I can imprison you. With one decision, I could kill you. It's a means of handling conflict in a mandated system of structured violence which we have inherited from our colonizers, which for centuries have bred a toxicity of inhumanism in the management of disputes. The second thing is mediation. It was told to me that mediation is about settlement, not about peace. But that's a misconception of the beauty of mediation as a tool of positive peace, where the principles of compassion, collaboration, and consensus supports a process of humanism, which we've explored in the last 2 days. These peace theories of Carlton supports the concept of the importance of love. And parties come to us as broken pieces, and it is our duty to show love and empathy to glue those pieces together, as Derek Walcott says in this quotation. And just my little contribution, which I'll turn over to the panel, in terms of a tool of civilization, it's not so much of what mediation can do in resolving disputes and leading to positive peace, but also what it can give back to the judicial system and reform the judicial system into it itself becoming an organ of positive peace. And that is the concept. When we surveyed clients coming to the courts, 7% of the clients are saying getting a judgment is important to them. So it means 93% of the clients coming to courts do not want a judgment. They want help. And when we ask them, why are you coming to court? Searching for peace. 85–80%. And that has led to the idea of a peace jurisprudence. There are many different theories which you can strand together to make the legal system itself a more healing system. Collaborative lawyering, restorative justice, therapeutic jurisprudence, procedural justice, problem-solving courts, creating problem-solving courts. All of this feeds into transforming our judicial system, creating lawyers not as advocates, but advocates for peace, and judges not as judges, but judges as guiders and coach to arrive at peaceful results. And so peace jurisprudence, and probably a topic for another time, is an aspect of judicial humanism which has been inspired by the peace mediation movement. And it pursues restorative and therapeutic justice goals within the litigation system. And so we change adversarial justice into the peacemaking judge, the peacemaking room. And so with that said, Setting the stage for the panel, this slide talks about changing the adversarial system to a peace jurisprudence model, which we'll talk about later on. And tossing us to the panel in terms of creating a humane system, in terms of what are the contours of peace mediation, what is the algorithm for peace. We're going to hear all about that in a minute. And so welcome then to your peace room. And I turn this over to Longili to start us off with her exciting contribution on this. Please welcome her to the stage.
Yes. Good morning, and may I observe all protocol. Allow me to first extend my gratitude to the Rajasthan High Court, the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, Commonwealth Lawyers Association, Nivaran Mediators of Supreme Court for organizing such an astoundingly successful conference on peace mediation and the rule of law. I would be amiss if I didn't single out and give special thanks to Sri R. Santana Krishnan and the people of Jaipur and beyond for the warm welcome and hospitality we have been afforded as a team since we arrived on Wednesday. Today I stand on a point of privilege. As a woman who is unapologetical about bringing women's issues on the agenda, I will therefore speak on the role of women in peace mediation. Conflict often disrupts family structures, weakens community cohesion, and deepens existing gender inequalities, leaving women to shoulder the burden of sustaining households and caring for vulnerable family members under extremely difficult circumstances. This exclusion overlooks the unique perspectives, the lived experiences, and conflict resolution capacities that women bring to peace building. Evidence from peace processes around the world shows that the meaningful participation of women contributes to more inclusive agreements, strengthens social cohesion, and increases the likelihood that peace settlements will endure over time. Women are often well positioned to bridge divides, advocate for the needs of diverse groups, and promote reconciliation at family, community, and national levels. Intentional inclusion of women in peace mediation is therefore not simply a matter of gender equality. It is a strategic imperative for sustainable development. When women participate as equal partners in conflict prevention, in negotiation, in mediation, and post-conflict reconstruction, peace initiatives are more likely to address the root causes of violence, promote social justice, and support long-term stability. At the family level, women foster dialogue, resilience, and healing within communities. They strengthen ties, they strengthen trust, social cohesion, and local development. And at a national level, they help shape policies and institutions that are more representative, equitable, and responsive to citizens' needs. Ensuring women's meaningful participation in peace mediation is thus essential for building resilient societies and achieving sustainable peace and development that benefits all members of society. The question we should ask ourselves is, if women bear significant consequences of conflict, are well positioned to bridge the divide, and can advocate for the needs of diverse groups and promote reconciliation at a family, community, and national levels, why do women remain underrepresented in formal peace negotiation and mediation processes? The answers vary. This is because there are deeply rooted structural and institutional barriers, which are not necessarily due to the lack of capacity or interest, including socialization, which continue to perpetuate the underrepresentation of women in formal peace negotiations. Peace negotiations have traditionally been dominated by males because they are often leaders of government, of civil society, or political parties. Since peace processes typically invite those who wield power, women who have been historically excluded from the positions of power are frequently left out of formal negotiations. In many societies, leadership and decision-making are still viewed as the domain of men, while women are expected to focus on domestic and caregiving responsibilities. The perceptions can result in women being regarded as less qualified to participate in high-level peace talks, despite their extensive experience in community conflict resolution, humanitarian response, and peace building. There is generally a smaller pool of women who are considered for appointment as negotiators or mediators. This imbalance is often reinforced by unequal leadership opportunities, financial resources, and political networks. The design of many peace processes also limits women's participation because negotiations are often conducted behind closed doors with little transparency or consultation. Selection criteria usually exclude women who have played critical roles in maintaining social cohesion, providing humanitarian assistance, and advocating for peace at grassroots level. Women also face practical and security-related challenges that can restrict their participation. For example, ongoing violence, displacement, caregiving responsibilities, financial constraints, and threats of intimidation or harassment can make it difficult for women to engage consistently in peace processes. Female peace advocates and human rights defenders may face targeted violence or political backlash for challenging established power structures. Despite growing evidence that peace processes with meaningful participation by women are more likely to address such issues as reconciliation, justice, education, health, community recovery, and social inclusion, there is still limited recognition of women's contribution to more comprehensive and durable peace agreements. I now turn to the question why women should be intentionally included in peace mediation. Peace agreements are more durable and inclusive when women participate meaningfully in peace processes. Women bring diverse perspectives shaped by their experiences as community leaders, caregivers, professionals, and peace builders. Women participate in a matter of human rights and effective governance. Peace, security, and sustainable development are inseparable, and women's equal participation is essential for achieving all three. The United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 is a landmark resolution which recognizes women's role in conflict prevention, peace negotiations, peace building, humanitarian response, and post-conflict reconstruction. In addition, the Commonwealth Charter affirms equality, human rights, democracy, and respect for diversity as a cornerstone for peace and inclusive development. The Commonwealth further established the Commonwealth Women's Mediators Network to strengthen women's leadership in peace processes. The network aims to increase the number of qualified women mediators, promote women's participation in formal and informal mediation, facilitate mentoring, networking, and knowledge sharing, and support member states in implementing inclusive peace initiative. This network complements global efforts under Women, Peace and Security agenda and must be explored and utilized effectively to ensure that the role of women is elevated in peace mediation. I will now go into the call for the intentional inclusion of women in peace mediation. The call for the intentional inclusion of women in peace mediation is not a demand to replace or displace men from the peace building process. It is rather recognition that sustainable peace is best achieved when perspectives, experiences, and capacities of both women and men are equally valued. Peace is strongest when it is built through partnership rather than exclusion, and when those affected by conflict have a meaningful voice in shaping its resolution. The objective is to restore balance by correcting historical inequalities that have limited women's participation in decision-making, not to create new forms of exclusion. Men and women bring complementary strengths, knowledge, and experience to peace mediation, and their collaboration produces more inclusive, representative, and durable outcomes. Lasting peace cannot rest on the contribution of one gender alone. It requires collective wisdom, shared responsibility, and mutual commitment for all members of society. Ultimately, the intentional inclusion of women in peace mediation is an investment in stronger families, more cohesive communities, and more resilient nations. It is a commitment to balanced leadership, inclusive governance, and sustainable development, where women and men work side by side as equal partners in preventing conflict, resolving disputes, and building a future founded on justice, stability, and shared prosperity. Inclusive peace is not about shifting the balance of power from one group to another. It is about ensuring that no voice capable of contributing to lasting peace is left unheard. In conclusion, as I conclude, it is important to emphasize that women's meaningful participation in peace mediation is not only a matter of inclusion, but a strategic imperative for sustainable development. Societies that invest in inclusive, dialogue-based conflict resolution are better positioned to achieve lasting peace, strengthen the rule of law, and foster resilient communities. In the context of Eswatini, there is a significant opportunity to strengthen the country's mediation landscape. At present, Eswatini does not have an accredited mediation institution or accredited mediation experts. However, the Legal Aid Act number 11 of 2025 marks an important step towards that by requiring the Eswatini Legal Aid Office, with the consent of parties involved, to pursue mediation before litigation. This progressive legal framework presents both an opportunity and a responsibility, but its effective implementation will require institutional support, capacity building, and the development of accredited mediation systems and practitioners. As we move forward, investing in mediation structures and empowering women as mediators and peace builders will not only enhance access to justice, but will also contribute to more inclusive, sustainable, and enduring peace for Eswatini. It is my sincere hope that this conference will inspire stronger collaboration forge lasting partnerships, and mobilize the support needed to empower all those advancing the peace mediation agenda. Together, we can strengthen the institutions, build the capabilities, and foster the collective commitment required to make peace mediation a more effective and enduring pathway to justice, stability, the rule of law, and sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you, Lungili, for that wonderful perspective on the role of women in peacemaking. And let's hear now from Gayatri on a very interesting perspective on the use of AI in peacemaking. Over to you, Gayatri.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just get to the right slide. Can you please help me start the slide, please, from the first slide? Thank you. Okay, great. All protocols observed. I know that we are crunching for time, so I just wanted to record my thanks to the organizers here and my special friends at the CLA, and say a very good afternoon to members of the judiciary on the panel and in the audience. I will go very quickly straight to it. I'm from LexisNexis, a corporate organization which operates in 150 countries. So we are a for-profit organization, but we also care a lot about the rule of law. For those of you who have a copy of my business card, the rule of law equation is on the back of it. For this audience, definitely it's elementary, but we find that it's simple. And we find that it most relates to SDG 16, which Justice Kumar referenced earlier in his presentation as well. So that's the preface to what I'm going to talk about today. Can we endure peace? Can peace endure without the rule of law? And my angle today is technology. Technology is neutral. It is very, very important. It is here to stay. The power is there, but the power structure it amplifies. That is not neutral. If you can see, technology, it can detect early stage cancer. All sorts of imaging advances are here with technology today. It can save a lot of lives. Translate languages, preserve history, culture, civilization, connect isolated communities to legal aid, make information accessible just with a phone, just with a small little device. Yes, but it can also be used to surveil dissidents. It can be used to automate deportations. It can be used to erode due process at scale. Misinformation, disinformation. At the wrong hands, technology amplifies the impact. And unfortunately today, it is at the wrong hands and the more powerful hands more often than we would like. So I just wanted to set the stage and get us all on the same page today. Demystifying AI. What is this all about? I have had very meaningful conversations with many of you over the last 2.5 days, and all of you talk about, oh, hallucinations, what is it, ChatGPT, Claude, all of you talk about that. But what it is basically a few categories of AI. Extractive AI means you pull information from what you're reading. A 5,000-page document, I want to pull out a specific date in that particular document for the purpose of mediation, or a specific signature in that document. I use extractive AI. Generative AI means I create a summary of a 5,000-page document. I create common themes. I create conflict from a 5,000-page document. And then I put in a table and a schedule and a format that is easy for me to refer so that I can mediate better. Agentic AI simply means I deploy AI agents to execute tasks. So pull together related laws of the Bahamas versus laws from Jamaica. And then I want to see whether they are similarities or conflict. That is agentic AI. And harnessing AI is what I do at LexisNexis and what all of you do as practitioners of the law. You govern it, you check it, you question it, you challenge it, and you make sure you're using it for the right reasons and not for the wrong reasons. So you harness it. Globally, the rule of law is challenged. These are data that is from the World Justice Project and many other organizations that are tracking what is happening to our world right now. The rule of law is eroding. The latest World Justice Project Rule of Law Index is appalling. It's scary. You have judicial independence under threat, information manipulation, that is very obvious here, climate instability, Justice Kumar talked about climate change as well, and of course the erosion has 68% of countries declined of overall rule of law 2024 to 2025. And of course AI-enabled concentration of power, so which means once that particular entity or government has access to AI, the power amplifies. Well, there is a good side. Technology strengthens the rule of law. E-government reduces corruption. Digital courts moves cases along faster. Mediation now happens online, for example. Open data strengthens trust. And India alone uses it in a way that is very, very impressive. But there is a balance. It is a scale. And we need to recognize that balance. And because we don't understand it, we may not recognize it. And so my job today is also to help all of us understand it better. There are risks to technology, but then there are also benefits to it. It's a multiplier of the good. It includes. AI is already in the courtroom. Out of 712 legal decisions worldwide addressing AI hallucinated content in court filings, 90% of them happened in 2025 alone. So if you use that trajectory, can you just imagine what is going to happen in 26, 27, and 28? So all of us need to be aware of that. AI in mediation. Well, what's the benefit? How do we use it? So can you imagine this? We have 3 examples here. One is in Singapore. So in Singapore, just imagine 2 parties with lots and lots and thousands of documents, and then the mediator uses that to facilitate. So that person, the mediator, mediates better with AI and technology because you can sift through multiple documents easily. Modria is interesting. In the beginning, if it is insurance claims, small claims matters, for example, the mediator doesn't even show up yet. The AI is the mediator. And then where these cases are more complicated, then the mediator comes in because they have human oversight and human judgment that is needed in those cases. And Canada, it uses a blind bidding process. Of course, this we all understand that it's great. It helps parties reach a better agreement back and forth. Peace mediation, why we're here today. How does that impact peace mediation? Well, in Geneva, it anticipates de-escalation and you're able to plan your de-escalation strategy better. So AI is already gathering information, gathering strategies, gathering sentiments. Sometimes if it's hundreds and thousands of millions of people in the play, how do you gather that information? You do not have the time. So you use AI for that. Libya, consultation platforms, thousands of public inputs. When you have public consultation, what do you do to gather the public input? And once you gather public input, how do you organize all that data? When you use AI, it is clearer, faster as well. And so you have wider participation. A lot of people would want to participate. And of course, grassroots consultations. You can speak to people with multiple languages, multiple understanding, multiple ways of understanding it, and then you put in all your concerns, and the mediator can understand it in the output that that person, the mediator, understands in a clearer way as well. So, marginalized voices, their voices become stronger and louder. So, responsible AI comes with accountability by design. That is really important. And we have RELX responsible AI principles that our company adheres to. All of you can see it. My deck will be made available to all who need it. You just need to contact Nivaran as well as CLA, and they'll be able to give you the deck as well. And I just leave you, and I won't talk about it, with these questions. If you don't understand it, it is going to be really, really hard for you to manage being a good mediator, an effective mediator moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. And I've been told that this session has gone over time. We do have a final session. So can I invite Arun to give his closing remarks? And I'll relinquish my chair to Joe to bring the session to an end.
Respected session chair, distinguished panelists. This is a very interesting panel if you see. We have got people from Americas, we have people from Europe, we have gone from Africa, we have gone from Central Asia, and we have gone from Southeast Asia. So this is the civilization that you are all looking for. And that is why we are talking of peace, mediation, and civilization. So this is the topic which is a very, I think, very important. So as we conclude the 3 days of meaningful deliberations, and I think you have heard almost like 90 or more addresses already. And every session has contributed substantially to the vision of a peaceful world. It is therefore fitting that we conclude by looking beyond mediation as a legal process and towards the peace mediation as the foundation of the next stage of human civilization. I stand before you not merely to make an argument, but to extend an invitation to imagine that we can build the next chapter. History teaches us that civilizations were rarely destroyed by earthquakes, floods, or pandemics. Nature's reminders that we remain a part of the larger cosmic order. Civilization decline for the different reasons when they fail to resolve their economic, political, legal, and social conflicts. Every great civilization, because not for the want of learning, wisdom, or strength, but because those entrusted with leadership ceased to listen to wisdom. Greed replaced restraint, dialogue gave to domination, and unresolved disagreements hardened into division. That is the story of Ravan, Duryodhan, Alexander, Caesar, Hitler, Napoleon, Ghaznavi. I am not adding Trump to that. So humanity stands once again on a defining moment. Today the world is witnessing 65 armed conflicts and 13 full-scale wars. Now on the litigation, and I was very amazed, and I think you will be very also amazed to understand, to see that India is not the highest litigating country in the world. The highest country litigating in the world is Brazil, which has got 76 million as compared to our 55 million. And the total amount of litigation that is pending around the world may be around 250 million. Now, behind all these litigations, there is conflicts, there is disputes. Now, these wars, as Justice Kokram put it, the war and litigation are seen as separate challenges. But I respectfully say that they are not. War and litigation are two manifestations of the same human failure of unresolved conflicts. One is fought with weapon, the other with legal pleadings. One unfolds battlefield, the other in the courtrooms. Yet both consume enormous energy, economics. So therefore, we need an innovation to come out with a solution where we are able to resolve this whole issue. Now, before proceeding further, let me just give one real issue, because there is a lot of mix-up by what is this peace mediation is all about. Let me briefly make it clear that mediation, where peace mediation fits within the existing framework of dispute and conflict resolution. Litigation is adjudication through courts, arbitration, where arbitration agreement is there, conciliation, where there is an agreement but no arbitration clause, and mediation, where there is no agreement at all. And peace mediation is where you are not only resolving a dispute, but you are resolving a conflict. So peace mediation represents the next stage in this evolution. It seeks not merely a resolved dispute, but the underlying conflict itself and centered on it. Now this brings us to what I believe should be the Commonwealth vision for 2050 in view of the Jaipur Declaration. And every one of us has signed, and who has not signed, please sign this declaration. So how by 2050 India can represent as a leader with Commonwealth and should help build up the world the foremost peace mediation community, where dialogue becomes the first response to conflict at every level of society. The rule of law remains indispensable. The courts will always remain the guardians of justice. Peace mediation is not a substitute of rule of law. It is the greatest ally. Let me therefore move from dispute resolution to conflict resolution, from economic destruction through disputes to sustained prosperity through peace. Let history record that by 2050, this generation, all those we are sitting here, discovered one of the civilization's greatest truth. Peace is not merely a moral aspiration. It is the humanity's greatest economic asset. Conflict is not merely a social problem. It is humanity's greatest hidden cost. Let that be the India's gift to the Commonwealth and Commonwealth's gift to the world. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are running seriously behind time. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm truly honored and privileged by the unexpected offer to join the panel. Unfortunately, I was originally asked to give a European perspective, but obviously time has run out, and it's probably just as well for two reasons. One, Europe consists of somewhere between 44 to 51 countries, so to try and summarize where we are in the time available would have always been rather difficult. And secondly, and more importantly, following the fantastic presentations we've had, it would have been a tough act to follow in any event. So I've kind of been relieved from that, and I'm very grateful for the generous opportunity from Justice Kogaram for ceding his position of chair to close the proceedings. We truly have been, I found myself in that pretty unusual position, because it's normally, in my house at least, Mrs. Tirado who has the last word, so it's quite nice to be in this position. But inevitably, I just wanted to thank, we had truly some exceptional presentations. I think Mr. Justice Kumar really set the scene fantastically well. The fantastic video we saw in the second presentation was really thought-provoking. And I'm sure many, at least half of the room were with Lungile, but I hope all of us were with her unapologetic and impassioned presentation about the very important role of women in life generally, but in particular in relation to dispute resolution. And Gaithry obviously introduced us to the topic of AI and how that's going to play an increasingly important role in this whole topic. And Orishinoa always has some very thought-provoking commentary. So we were really, truly blessed. It's a shame we didn't have more time, but we have been very grateful to our presentations, to our presentators, and I hope you can just help and join me in thanking them for the wonderful knowledge that they've imparted. So thank you to them, each of them. And I'm just going to conclude. I was asked to make a statement, so this is very much on the hoof. But essentially, I think what we can all agree is that conflict itself is inevitable. I haven't heard anybody during the course of the last 3 days trying to pretend that it's not inevitable. But what is avoidable is escalation. And I think what we need to do, and where we've really focused in this session, I think has been an absolute delight, because there's one area we don't talk anywhere near enough, is that change that we need in culture, fundamental mindset, in order to get us to a position where we can talk to one another. And it is about communication and resolving disputes. It's the most natural form of dispute resolution that exists. It always exists. As I said yesterday, it's not really rocket science, but it does need to be spelt out. And I think this session was a fantastic opportunity to really think about that. And we all have our part to play, every one of us in this room, but all the players, stakeholders, governments, judiciary, students, universities, practitioners, all of us have an important part to play. I would just say it will take time, we need to persevere and be patient, but we will get there. So without further ado, I'm very pleased to I'm sad to bring this session to a close, but somebody's got to do it, so thanks to, that's why you wanted me to do it. But thank you very much. We wish you all safe travels home. I think we've now got some more sessions to wrap it up, but thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We might not have the deliberations. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. We now straight away move to the presentation ceremony, and I hand over it to Komalji for it.
No, if in case we have 10 minutes, we don't have 2 minutes. Have 10 minutes.
2 minutes नहीं है
sir. Then come to the presentation.
May I respectfully invite Shri Anil Beniwal, Vigilance Registrar Sahab, Honorable Rajasthan High Court, to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court of the Bahamas, with a souvenir as a token of our profound respect and appreciation. May I also respectfully invite Mrs. Rashmi Nawal, OSD Honorable Rajasthan High Court, to present a souvenir as a token of our esteem and gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Ashok Kumar Jain, Judge, Rajasthan High Court. May I also respectfully invite Ms. Geeta Chaudhary, Secretary DLSA Kota, to present a souvenir as a token of our sincere appreciation to Ms. Gayatri Raman from Malaysia. May I now respectfully invite Ms. Samiksha Gautam, DLSA Secretary, Savai Madhupur, to present a souvenir as a token of our sincere appreciation to Mr. Aruneshwar Gupta, Senior Advocate. May I respectfully invite Ms. Rashmi Nawal, OSD Rajasthan High Court, to felicitate Ms. Lanjail Magagula, Director of Legal Aid, Government of Watani. With the souvenir as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. May I now respectfully invite Mr. Himanshu Kumawat, Deputy Secretary 2nd, RALSA, to felicitate Mr. Joe Tirado, Advocate, with a souvenir as a cherished remembrance of this occasion.
Thank you very much. With this, we come to an end of session 2. I'll request everybody to be please seated. We'll start the session, the final valedictory session, soon after. May I request the dignitaries and honorables to come for a group photograph, please. We will not have a tea break session. We'll start right away after this photograph session, which completes once. Thank you very much. So please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. So the last session will be valedictory session. So we will not have any break as I just requested. So please remain seated. May I request the backstage team to please make the arrangements for the dais. I request the backstage team to please come forward and make the arrangements as soon as possible.
They have arrived. You just tap it when I have to start. Take it.
To rise.
I respectfully request all the delegates to please rise for the honorable dignitaries.
May we request Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, sir, to please come on the dais. Requesting Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz to please come on the dais, sir. We welcome Honorable Mr. Justice H.M. Dilip Nawaz, also on the dais. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, all. It is a matter of immense privilege and honor to warmly welcome our distinguished dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. May I kindly respectfully invite Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge, Supreme Court of India and Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority, Chairman, Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, Judge, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, Honorable Ms. Justice Aba Nayar Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia, Ms. Diya Kumari, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Rajasthan, Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court, The Bahamas, Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma, the Acting Chief Justice of Rajasthan, Shri R. Santhana Krishnan, President, Life President, Nivaran.
Thank you, Honorables. Thank you very much. We are so much honored to have you on the dais.
We are deeply honored by the august presence of our honorable esteemed dais, distinguished judges of the Commonwealth nations, honorable judges of the Rajasthan High Court and the other states of India, and all esteemed guests. We are truly privileged to have you with us. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the valedictory session of the 3 days international conference on the theme Commonwealth, Peace, Mediation and the Rule of Law. Mediation is more than a means of resolving disputes. It is a bridge that transforms conflict into collaboration, fostering dialogue, mutual understanding, and lasting peace. Over the past 3 days, this international conference has reaffirmed our shared commitment to strengthening mediation, advancing the rule of law, and making justice more accessible through meaningful dialogue and global cooperation. Before we move forward with the next phase of this international conference, with the kind permission of our esteemed dignitaries on the dais, may we now commence the proceedings of the valedictory session.
Thank you, Honorable. We now begin with the rendition of Rashtrageet Vande Mataram. So may I request everybody in the hall to arise in the honor of Rashtrageet Vande Mataram. Please play the song.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujala मातरम् शुभ्रज्योत्स्नां पुलकितयामिनीं पुण्यकुसुमित द्रुमदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिणीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् कोटिकोटिकण्ठ कलकलनिनादकरले कोटिकोटिभुजै धृतकरकरवाले अबलाज्ञनुमारक बोले बहुबलधारिणीं नमामि तारिणीं रिपुदलवारिणीं मातरं वन्दे मातरम् तुमि वेद्या तुमि धर्म तुमि रिधि तुमि मर्मा त्वं हि प्राणाः शरीरे बाहुते तुमि मा शक्ति हृदये तुमि मा भक्ति तुम्हारी प्रतिमा गढ़ी मंदिरे मंदिरे वन्दे मातरम् त्वं हि दुर्गा दश प्रहरणधारिणी कमला कमलदल विहारिणी वाणी विद्यादायिनी नमामि त्वां नमामि कमला ममला अतुला सुजला सुफलां मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् श्यामलां सरलां सुस्मितां भूषितां धरणीं भरणीं मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
Thank you, Honorables. Thank you, everybody. We now begin with the felicitation ceremony to felicitate our Honorable Dais and dignitaries. May I request Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma, the Acting Chief Justice of Rajasthan, to please felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Vikramnath, Judge, Supreme Court of India and Executive Chairman, NALSA. Thank you, Honorables. Thank you very much. May I request now Honorable Mr. Justice Pushpendra Singh Bhati, Judge Rajasthan High Court, to please come on the stage and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, Judge, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Thank you, Honorables. Thank you very much. May I now request Honorable Mr. Justice Vineet Kumar Mathur, Judge Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Honorable Miss Justice Abha Nair Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia. Thank you, Honourables. Thank you very much. May I request Honourable Mr. Justice Indrajit Singh, Judge Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Ms. Diya Kumari, Honourable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Rajasthan. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Honourable. May I request Honourable Mr. Justice Arun Moga, Judge Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Honourable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court, the Bahamas. Thank you, Honourables. Thank you very much. May I now request Mr. Justice Manish Sharma, Judge Rajasthan High Court, to please come on the dais and felicitate our very much honourable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma, the Acting Chief Justice of Rajasthan. Thank you, Honourables. Thank you very much. I request Shri Chanchal Mishra, Registrar General, Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Shri R. Santhan Krishnam, President, Life President, Nivaran. Thank you very much. And felicitating off the dais, respected Sanjeev Pandey, Member Secretary Nalsa, may I request Shri Hariom Atri, Member Secretary RSLSA, to please felicitate him, sir. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, everybody. We now play the Nalsa theme song, the song that guides everybody, all the state legal service authorities for a common mission. Nyay sabke liye.
एहसास न्याय का सबके लिए, आकाश न्याय का सबके लिए, उल्लास न्याय का सबके लिए, विश्वास न्याय का सबके लिए। पर हक हमारा भी तो है, इंसाफ के इस आशिया पर हक हमारा भी तो है। एक मुट्ठी आसमां पर हक हमारा भी तो है, एक मुट्ठी आसमां पर हक हमारा भी तो है।
सोचो दर्द हमारा कहीं सुना न जाएगा, अब न्यायालय खुद चलकर चौपालों तक आएगा।
लाचारों को न्याय मिलेगा, दुखियारों को न्याय मिलेगा, कमजोरों को न्याय मिलेगा, मजलूमों को न्याय मिलेगा। अपने इस हिंदुस्तान पर हक हमारा भी तो है, उम्मीदों के इस गुलसिता पर हक हमारा भी तो है। एक मुट्ठी आसमां पर हक हमारा भी तो है, एक मुट्ठी आसमां पर हक हमारा भी तो है।
गरीब और कमजोरों को मुफ्त एवं सक्षम कानूनी सहायता के लिए प्रतिबद्ध विधिक सेवा प्राधिकरण नालसा, न्याय सबके लिए।
Thank you very much.
It is my now singular honor and privilege to invite a distinguished jurist whose exemplary leadership, unwavering commitment to accessible justice, and steadfast dedication to promoting dialogue, mediation, and the rule of law have made his lordship a source of inspiration for the legal fraternity. Under his lordship's visionary leadership as the executive chairman of the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, the legal services movement in the state has witnessed remarkable progress through innovative initiatives aimed at promoting mediation, legal awareness, victim-centric justice, and the effective implementation of welfare-oriented legal services programs. May I now respectfully invite Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma, Acting Chief Justice, Rajasthan High Court and Executive Chairman, Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, to enlighten us with the welcome address.
Our esteemed guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nathji, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority. Honorable Ms. Justice Abha Nayar Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia. Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, Judge, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokram, Judge, Court of Appeal, Bahamas. Honorable Srimati Diya Kumari Ji, Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan. My esteemed sister and brother judges of the Rajasthan High Court, Sri R. Santhana Krishnan, Honorary Life President, CLA, and President Nivaran, distinguished judges from across the Commonwealth, representatives of the Commonwealth Lawyers Association in Nivaran, esteemed mediators from all the places who have gathered together, learned senior advocates, learned members of the bar, officers of the Registry of the and RSLSA, members of the print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this valedictory session of the 3-day Commonwealth Peace Mediation Conference, jointly hosted in the historic and vibrant city of Jaipur. Today, it is our singular privilege and honor to welcome Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nathji, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority, for presiding over this valedictory session as the chief guest. Renowned for his distinguished expertise and deep insight in the field of technology and its integration in the justice delivery system, His Lordship has been at the forefront of strengthening access to justice, promoting legal aid, institutionalizing mediation and lok adalats, and ensuring that the benefits of the justice system reach the most vulnerable and marginalized sections of the society. His Lordship has been consistently guiding and encouraging the Legal Service Authority of each state by conversing personally as well as through video conferences. This unique approach has helped us in improving ourselves by understanding how the various goals of NALSA are being addressed to by other legal services authorities of different high courts, and His Lordship has also encouraged us to have mutual discussions and improve ourselves and take benefit from each other's experiences. I am sure that under His Lordship's chairmanship, the National Legal Services Authority will accomplish the goal of ensuring access to justice for all, with focus on reducing the case backlogs and digitization of court processes. I am deeply honored by His Lordship's gracious presence at this valedictory session. His words of wisdom and encouragement will undoubtedly inspire all of us to carry forward the shared mission of strengthening mediation as an indispensable pillar of the rule of law and a powerful instrument for building peaceful, just, and harmonious society. It is my distinct privilege to extend a warm welcome to Honorable Mr. Justice Abhanaya Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia, and a pioneer in the field of alternate dispute resolution, who has been with us since the very inaugural ceremony of this integral conference. She holds distinction of being the first woman of Indian origin to be appointed to the highest court of Zambia, a remarkable achievement that continues to inspire many. I also extend a warm welcome to Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, Judge, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, who has been regularly participating in the conferences from time to time. His rich judicial experience and distinguished contribution to the cause of justice brings immense value to this conference. I also extend heartiest welcome to the Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokram, Judge, Court of Appeals, Bahamas, for graciously joining us and enhancing the significance of this international conference. I am delighted to extend heartiest welcome to Honorable Srimati Diya Kumari ji, Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Her journey from preserving our cultural legacy to serving the people in public life is truly inspiring. Her gracious presence adds warmth and distinction to this conference. I also extend a cordial welcome to Sri R. Santhana Krishnan, Honorary Life President, Commonwealth Lawyers Association, and President Nivaran, and greatly admire his remarkable energy, unwavering commitment, and tireless efforts. Even at this age, he is very active and enthusiastic. For the past about 2 months, he has worked relentlessly, leaving no stone unturned to ensure the success of this conference. At the same time, I gratefully acknowledge the invaluable contribution of Sri Hariom Atri, Member Secretary, Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority, whose tireless efforts, efficient coordination, and unwavering dedication have ensured the seamless organization of this conference. His commitment to the objectives of the authority is truly commendable. This conference has been a true reflection of Commonwealth spirit, a spirit founded upon shared commitments to democracy, constitutional governance, human dignity, and the rule of law. The participation of distinguished judges, mediators, jurists, and delegates from diverse jurisdictions has transformed the conference into a meaningful forum for dialogue, exchange of experiences, and collaborative learning. The true richness of this conference lay in thoughtfully curated different thematic sessions, each illuminating the expanding horizons of mediation and its transformative role in contemporary society. On the very first day, the panel discussion on mediating for the planet, environmental justice, climate responsibility, and sustainable coexistence, chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokram, Judge, Appeal Courts of Bahamas, examined the transformative role of mediation in addressing environmental disputes and reconciling the competing imperatives of economic development, ecological conservation, and sustainable coexistence. The deliberations underscored mediation as a collaborative mechanism capable of fostering dialogue building consensus and advancing climate justice to an era of increasing environmental challenges. The first session on healing the first institution, mediation for family harmony, dignity and continuity, chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Anurup Singhi, turned our attention to the family, the earliest institution of learning, compassion and social stability, emphasized on the need of reformative mechanisms. Future of family lies in peacefully consenting to amicable settlements instead of forced decisions, as it actually puts end to long-term continuing disputes. Equally compelling was the emphasis on adopting a child-centric and empathetic approach to family disputes, recognizing that children should not bear the consequences of conflicts for which they are in no way responsible. The second thought-provoking session on From Retribution to Restoration, Reimagining Justice Through Mediation in Criminal Law, chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Abhay Nair Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia, reflected upon the evolving philosophy of retroactive justice within the broader framework of the rule of law. The third session, Beyond Disputes to Settlements, Mediation as the Engine of Trust in Modern Commerce, chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Arun Monga, explored the indispensable role of mediation in strengthening domestic and international commerce relationships within an increasingly interconnected global economy. The fourth session on workplace harmony through mediation, resolving employment and service conflicts with dignity, chaired by Honorable Dr. Justice P.S. Bhati, addressed the evolving dynamics of modern workplaces, where institutional success is closely linked to mutual respect, fairness, and effective communication. It examined mediation as a construction mechanism for resolving employment, labor, and service-related disputes in a manner that preserves professional relationship and organizational integrity. The fifth session on Building Nations Through Consensus was chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, Judge, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Recognizing that infrastructure constitutes the backbone of national development, this session examined mediation as a strategic tool for resolving the complex disputes that frequently arise in major public projects. The sixth session on grassroots justice, chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice P. Sam Koshi, Judge, High Court of Telangana, focused on community mediation, village-level dispute resolution, and locally driven mechanisms for addressing conflicts. It reaffirmed that justice acquires its fullest meaning only when it is accessible, participatory, and responsive to the needs of local communities. The last session on peace mediation as civilizational tool, chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokram, Court of Appeals, Bahama, elevated the discourse from individual disputes to the broader ideals of peace building and international cooperation. It recognized mediation as a timeless civilizational practice deeply embedded in diverse cultural and legal traditions across the world. Thus, we can say the enriching deliberations that took place over the past 3 days have traversed the diverse horizons of mediation, from environmental justice and climate responsibility to family harmony and social continuity, from restorative approaches in criminal justice to trust building in commerce and workplaces, from consensus-driven infrastructure development to grassroots justice and community government empowerment, and finally to the large civilizational role of peace mediation in advancing inclusion and sustainable development. Rajasthan High Court has always pioneered and embraced digital initiatives to enhance judicial efficiency. District judiciary and judges at grassroots level are our soldiers who have to be empowered with latest digital initiatives. Today, we are proudly taking a big stride towards digitization, as 42 district courts will start functioning in paperless mode by pious hands of our chief guest. In addition to this, as a first of its kind software for court functioning called Nyayan, the digital way of justice will also be launched today. This software will be provided to all the officers and courts of district judiciary, which will assist in paperless functioning. I, on my behalf, And on behalf of the Rajasthan High Court, Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority, and the entire legal fraternity of the state, extend my deep appreciation to all the eminent speakers, distinguished jurists, and esteemed panelists whose exceptional scholarship, invaluable insights, and rich experience greatly enriched the deliberations of this conference that have taken place up till now. The valedictory session will be further enriched by the address of other distinguished speakers, especially our chief guest, whose valuable insights and perspectives will undoubtedly add depth to our deliberations and inspire us in our continuing endeavor to promote mediation and peaceful resolution of disputes. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Lordship, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address.
For the last 3 days, we have seen the legal brilliance of Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, and all in the hall will agree that he was one of the finest legal minds. It's again my indeed pleasure to please invite him to come on stage and handle the podium and address all of us. Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram.
Thank you so much. Honorable Justice Prakash Sharma, Acting Chief Justice of the Rajasthan High Court, my distinguished judicial colleagues who made the flight, Justice Patel, Justice Nawaz, Ms. Dia Kumari, Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Rajasthan, Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge of the Supreme Court of India, and of course, Mr. Santan Krishnan, Champion of Peace. My judicial colleagues of Rajasthan and India, mediators, attorneys, colleagues, peacemakers all, good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be here, and I am overwhelmed by the hospitality extended by the organizers, by the people of Jaipur. And I congratulate the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, the CLA, and of course Navaran, which is now a giant on the mediation field, for hosting such an outstanding and timely conference. As Michael Sander once said, to achieve a just society, we have to reason together about the meaning of the good life and to create a public culture hospitable to the disagreements that will inevitably arise, end of quote. I applaud Navaran for its, and Santan Krishnan, for its vision and enthusiasm. Only last month, we concluded the Caribbean Waves online mediation series, a project of the Peace Jurisprudence Clinic, seeking to bring our Caribbean mediation community together. But that was in fact inspired by the Navaran's Summer School of Mediation. And indeed, it demonstrates how together we have been reasoning about the meaning of the good life and how the waves we create seamlessly cross borders and lap on each other's shores, underscoring our interconnectivity as a human family. And as Rabindranath Tagore himself said, and I quote, "We both live in the same village, and that is our one piece of joy." So this afternoon, I bring the peace and the love of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the Caribbean, and extend a warm hospitality of a society that has found creative ways through our art and through our culture and blended beliefs and a tenacious reverence for hard-earned freedoms to mediate the tensions created by centuries of oppressive legal systems with a common desire for a joint future that springs hope and peace. I learned today that this was Friendship Day. Is it Friendship Day? And it coincides with yesterday, the 1st of August, which is a significant day for the Caribbean, Emancipation Day. It marks a historic moment for us in the Caribbean as the end of over 300 years of slavery on the 1st of August, 1834. And after the end of slavery, of course, you had another oppressive system of labor of indentureship, in which hundreds of thousands of immigrant Indians under that system was shipped to the Caribbean. The last ship, the SS Ganges, brought the last shipment of indentured laborers from the ports of Calcutta and Madras, marking the end of indentureship in 1917. And in August 1917, a significant step for India with the August Declaration and their steps by passionate nationalists for their pathway to self-governance and self-empowerment. Again, the interconnection of our faiths. For a society that cherishes liberty and freedom and searches for a post-colonial identity, what does this add to our conversation on our joint search of peace? And our artists have answered that in their depiction that tells a universal human story. The Bahamian artist Simonet exhibited this sculpture on the grounds of the Bahamas National Art Gallery. The scars of history of conflict, a buried half-slave, a woman, in the arid dearth of a partially buried colonial past. A deteriorating rope is around her neck, a reminder of the tether to regimes of power that exploited the weak. A half-buried past still lingers in our memories and consciousness as we search for freedom and justice. But she holds a sunflower, the promise of a brighter future for generations to come. Our own pathways of peace has been, in fact, the ability to uproot our deepest sorrows to give blossom to the nobility of a peaceful coexistence. And that's another message from our artist from Trinidad, Carlisle Chang, in this mural, the second slide. And that mural is called The Inherent Nobility of Man, depicting the journey through trauma, through conflict, where law served as a tool and a symbol of oppression. And this now makes the question for us in the 21st century: how should our systems of justice serve the ends of peace? How can justice give rise to a new freedom to realize sustainable futures? How can our systems of justice inherit the inner nobility of man and our common humanity? It is a justice that empowers and not dispossesses, a justice that loves and not despises, that connects and does not separate us. It is that quest for the inner nobility that keeps our sacred traditions of peace, our East Indian traditional systems of the Panchayat and the African communal systems of the elder systems, that grassroots DNA yearning for peace and a state of harmony in the Caribbean. A peace not only with others, but a peace within ourselves. Our celebrations of Carnival and Junkanoo in the Bahamas are expressions of a love of a people celebrating freedom to decide their futures, celebrating relationships, celebrating families. I call it the inner child of Caribbeanism that makes conflict contra-Caribbean and demonstrates our act of hospitality as being the ultimate act of compassion, forgiveness, and a journey of personhood to pluck out deep-rooted sorrows to seek a peaceful coexistence. Hospitality is the creation of the elements of a habitat of peace. And so we all in this conference now speak with the same voice that mediation must be pervasive throughout our society, that if meaningful change must occur, we must humanize our systems of law and create a public culture hospitable to the disagreements that will arise. These are the undercurrents of peace mediation. Our scarred history in the Caribbean is not to diminish the scars of others, but it reveals the beauty of who we are as a joint human family. So just as the Emancipation Day, we celebrate freedoms, and Friendship Day, we celebrate new friends, we emancipate ourselves now. We unshackle ourselves from the traditional adversarial theories of justice. We embrace the truism of this universal pathway that reconnects us with the basic tenets of peace mediation. And I say to you, just as we are signing a peace declaration here in Rajasthan, And just as the artists have depicted murals that send symbols of who we are, symbols of our deep consciousness, it's important to create symbols of who we would like to be. Let the city of Jaipur light up the consciousness of the Commonwealth, the imagination of the Commonwealth. And let us declare Jaipur not only as the pink city, but Jaipur as the peace city. Let this peace city make the commitment that here is a sanctuary where you would find peacemakers, you would find training, you would find the ability to help build capacity and support for your peace mediations, you would find innovation, you would find educating efforts. I told Santan coming here to this conference is dear to my heart, and I'm humbled to be part of this conference. I have been advocating over the years that mediation is about peace and not just about settlement. It's about human development, promoting the rule of law and access to justice in a way in which the system of justice, once held ransom for the reserve of the few, is now liberated to be accessible, understandable, and transformative. So as a great grandson of India, I return to you in this great city, the peace city of Jaipur, the first peace city of the Commonwealth, as a West Indian, a Caribbean, a member of the Bahamas, the first islands of colonialization that brought the dawn of the new age, the new world, and proud to say that this is our Emancipation Day. We together will bring the dawn of a new hospitable form of justice, one that is people-centered, relatable, and humane. Let this declaration be that symbol of liberation, that sunflower in the hands for the generations to come. Let it be imported into our DNA of every mediator and peacemaker here. Let it become a driving force of empathy, harmony, and hospitality. And let me end with this. In the spirit of hospitality, in the spirit of friendship, in the spirit of the warmth of the Caribbean, with the support of the Bar Association of the Bahamas and the Honorable Chief Justice of the Bahamas, who believes in the transformative power of mediation, we in the Caribbean now warmly invite you to our homes, and we wish to host this conference next year at a time that is convenient at the Bahamas. I will end with just an extract of a poem that I read, a Bahamian poem by Patricia Glinton, which I read at the end of a mediation that I did before coming here. And she had just settled a personal injury lawsuit. She came in with tears, she left with hugs, and she was asking, "Why are you doing this?" I said, "We do this for love." And this is the quote from the poem. "When I see you near scuttled, held fast in the toxic oil that mires you to yourself, I cannot help but cast forth a weathered float of love from my own tattered heart." So as we said in the Caribbean Waves, we welcome you to the Bahamas, the next peace hub, the next peace city in the Caribbean, the island of sand, sea, and peace. I have a small little clip just to play, just to excite you of the prospects of coming to your next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much. Thank you for mesmerizing us with your presentation, and thank you indeed as a being proud Rajasthani and proud Jaipurite for terming Jaipur as a first peace city. Thank you very much.
It is my great honor to invite a respected leader whose vision, dedication and commitment to public service continue to inspire us all. May I humbly and respectfully request Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Rajasthan, Ms. Diya Kumari ji, to kindly enlighten us with an address.
Namaskar. Honorable Justice Shri Vikramnath ji, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice AMHD Nawaz, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Honorable Justice Abha Nair Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia. Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court, the Bahamas. Honorable Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma ji, Acting Chief Justice of Rajasthan. Shri R. Santhana Krishnan, President Nivaran. Present other honorable judges, distinguished dignitaries and delegates, and members of the media. It's truly an honor to be here amongst all of you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and this privilege to be able to say a few words to all of you visiting our wonderful Pink City and now Peace City as well. As we come to the close of the 3-day Commonwealth Peace Mediation and the Rule of Law International Conference 2026, it is both an honor and a matter of immense pride that Rajasthan has had the opportunity to host such an eminent gathering of distinguished judges, legal luminaries, and thought leaders from across the Commonwealth. In Rajasthan, hospitality is not merely a custom but a way of life, where every guest is received with warmth, dignity, and a sense of belonging. We sincerely hope that beyond the meaningful deliberations, each one of you has also experienced the rich culture, heritage, and hospitality for which our state is very well known and is very famous all over the world. Jaipur, our Pink City, has long stood as a symbol of heritage, dialogue, and cultural confluence. It is therefore most fitting that this important global conversation on peace, mediation, and the rule of law was held here. A city whose history reflects the enduring values of harmony, diplomacy, and dialogue. Over the past 3 days, this conference has provided an exceptional platform for meaningful deliberations on strengthening mediation frameworks, promoting peaceful dispute resolution, and advancing the rule of law across jurisdictions. The exchange of ideas, experiences, and best practices among distinguished members of the judiciary from different Commonwealth nations has enriched this dialogue and strengthened our shared commitment to justice. At a time when the world continues to face complex global challenges, the importance of mediation, dialogue, and collaborative justice has never been greater. The discussions held during this conference reaffirm that peaceful resolution of disputes and strong legal institutions remain fundamental to enduring stability, trust, and sustainable development. India's civilization ethos has always been guided by the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Rajasthan too has a long tradition of resolving differences through dialogue, consensus, and community participation. These timeless values continue to find relevance in modern systems of alternative dispute resolution and reinforce the growing importance of mediation in today's interconnected world. This conference has also reinforced Rajasthan's emergence not only as a destination of extraordinary cultural heritage, but also as a venue for international dialogue, intellectual exchange, and global cooperation. We remain committed to supporting such initiatives that strengthen partnerships and deepen mutual understanding across nations. I am confident that the ideas, recommendations, and collaborations forged over these 3 days will continue well beyond this conference. The proposed Jaipur Declaration on Peace Mediation has the potential to serve as an important guiding framework for strengthening mediation practices and advancing the shared pursuit of peace, justice, and the rule of law across the Commonwealth. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers, the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, RSLSA, the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, and all partner institutions for successfully organizing this landmark conference. My sincere appreciation also goes to every delegate whose participation and insights have made these deliberations truly meaningful. As you return to your respective countries and institutions, I hope you carry with you not only the outcomes of this conference, but also fond memories of Rajasthan's hospitality and the friendships forged here. I wish each one of you a very safe journey ahead and every success in your continued efforts towards building a more just, peaceful, and harmonious world. Thank you so very much. Jai Hind, Jai Rajasthan.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ma'am, for the enriching address. It is now my proud privilege to invite a globally respected jurist, an eminent champion of mediation, and a distinguished voice in the advancement of peaceful and effective dispute resolution. May I now most respectfully request Honorable Mrs. Justice Abha Nair Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia, to address this august gathering and share invaluable insights with us.
Today you can all see me and not only hear me. Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished honorable members with whom I share this privilege of sharing the valedictory dais. Allow me, my Lord Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, to stand on the protocols that have been established so eloquently by Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma. Honorable judges, both from India and the Commonwealth here present, distinguished delegates, allow me to simply refer to you all as colleagues and collaborators in the profession of peace. We gather at the close of this conference not merely to mark an ending, but to take stock of what has been built in these past few days. A shared vocabulary of mediation, a renewed sense of purpose, and I dare say a number of friendships that will outlast the formalities of the occasion. The Commonwealth has always drawn its strength from diversity, held together by shared values, the rule of law, respect for human dignity, and a commitment to resolving difference through dialogue rather than force. This conference has been a living expression of that inheritance. We have heard from honorable judges and practitioners, both legal and mediators, who carry the weight of active conflict day in and day out. We have heard from jurists who have spent careers refining the architecture of peaceful settlement. And from the younger voices who remind us that mediation is not a static discipline. It is not a charity, but it is a paid profession, and that must continually renew itself to meet the conflicts of a changing world. What has struck me most in these deliberations is the quiet insistence running through every session that mediation is not the soft alternative to justice. It is a justice pursued by patient means. It asks more of us, not less of us. More listening, more humility, more willingness to sit with discomfort until understanding is reached. That it is demanding work, and everyone in this room has in their own sphere taken up that demand. We should also recognize what this conference represents institutionally. The Commonwealth spans continents, legal traditions, and historical experiences of conflict. And yet we have found again and again that the fundamentals of mediation translate across those boundaries. This is no small achievement. It affirms that peacemaking, however local in its application, rests on principles that are generally universal. As we return to our respective jurisdictions and institutions, the measure of this conference will not be found in these proceedings alone, but in what we carry forward from them into the courtrooms, into negotiating chambers, and into the quiet conversations where disputes are turned from confrontation towards resolution. I would urge every delegate to treat what has been shared here not as a conclusion, but as a beginning, a foundation for continued collaboration across our Commonwealth network, for mentorship of the mediators who will follow us, and for the steady, unglamorous work of building peace, one dispute at a time. Let me close again where I started a few days ago, with a word of gratitude in this historical city of Jaipur. To our hosts and organizers, and especially the warm invitation managed by my dear friend, Mr. Santhan, whose care has shaped every detail of this gathering. To the speakers and panelists who have generously shared their expertise. And to each of you whose engagement and candor has made this conference more than the sum of all its sessions. The Commonwealth's motto reminds us that we are bound together in pursuit of peace and prosperity. This conference has been a testament to that binding, not imposed, but chosen and renewed amongst us here this week. Allow me to end with an old African proverb that captures the spirit of what we have practiced this week. And the proverb says, and I quote, "If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together." Mediation at its heart is the discipline of going far and going together. I wish you all safe travels home, and I look forward to the work that lies ahead of all of us. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lordship, for this enlightening address.
May I now request Mr. Justice H.M. Dilip Nawaz for his address. May we have you on the stage, on this podium, sir?
Namaste, my friends. Of course, as I look at this galaxy of personalities in the head table, it's appropriate that I begin with my references to them. Of course, my good friend, the heir apparent to the top job in the country very soon, Justice Vikram Nath. And of course, my good friend from Bahamas, Justice Gokuram, Justice Patel from Zambia, our own Acting Chief Justice of Rajasthan, who typified all that is the hospitality of this pink city, and of course, the Acting Chief Minister or the Deputy Chief Minister who graces this occasion with a lot of grace and poise. When I flew across the Indian Ocean and the Pork Strait to traverse that sea that bridges, or rather expands between the two nations, I was wondering about a great poet who emanated from the south of this country. He said, let's bridge or build a bridge between Sri Lanka and India. That dream is yet to be realized. But the building of the minds and harmony, peace, and all that is required for a strong bond have already been established, and India has been a great friend of Sri Lanka at all times of its need and crisis. When I was a student in the United Kingdom, my university was filled with Indian students. When we walked into certain shops in those good old days, people of European origin would serve us, and they would say, they would mistake me for an Indian because I look alike. I also acted as if I was an Indian. And they would say, I remember a particular quotation or a particular statement made by a sales lady. She said, Indians would rule the world, rule the United Kingdom. That happened. When you look at this stage itself, you could see India ruling on various continents. So when I make my frequent trips to India, the diversity and the melting pot that India is always fascinate me. The people and the legal fraternity, the judges whom I meet, all of them have exuded a kind of friendship that always remain in me as eternal truths of friendship. Today, and for the last 2 days, we have witnessed that bond, that continuing friendship. And every time a lawyer comes up to me and speaks to me, sir, I did meet you some time ago, I could see that gravitation, the love and affection that the Indian people have. And this is a demonstration. And it is for this reason, Mr. Santana Krishnan, I must say, when he brought a large number of Indian cricket-wielding lawyers to Sri Lanka recently, I was there, very much there, watching the cricket and exulting in the success of those lawyers who could show us they also could excel at cricket. So Mr. Santana Krishnan must be complimented for having this grand function in the Pink City, and as we sat through the several themes that form the backbone of our conference, you could see one underlying message that ran through all the themes. Healing the planet, you take commercial mediation, nation building, peace as a tool of harmony. The underlying theory that emerged from all these was peace, coexistence, harmony. That is the message with which we go back. And the 3-day interactive session also reminded us of the importance of continuing professional development. Years of practice and long years of sitting and listening to cases as judges become meaningful only one attends conferences of this nature and imbibes the basic attributes of justice, which is peace. The purpose-driven conference that it was, I must say, we have achieved that purpose today. And as we are about to ring the curtain on this great conference, this message that we take back will animate us in the dispensation of our vocations in the future, be it as an advocate or a judge on the bench. I must also say this: when peace and coexistence have been established as the pillar of mediation, I sadly missed the commencement of this conference on Friday, because I was in the middle of a celebration of the 224 years of the existence of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. It was because of that engagement I missed another important event here in the Pink City, the event where my good friend, senior advocate, Mr. Aruneshwar Gupta, launched his autobiography, which is quite intriguingly titled, "The Death of My Mistress, the Law, the Birth of My Love, Justice." The death of your mistress is always a melancholy event. So condolences do go out to Mr. Aruneshwar Gupta. For most of his life, professional life, he has found his mistress in the law, and I'm quite thankful none of us here are immune to that disease. The law, it is often said, is a jealous mistress. But he has found new love. That new love is justice. I see a connection between the launch of his book and the conference. If I may interpret that intriguing title of his, the melancholy title of his, I would say that he is lamenting the gap between the law and justice, the chasm between the two concepts. So when we stop arbitrations and refer a matter to mediation, we do so with justice in our mind. When we refer mandatorily commercial disputes to mediation. We wish to achieve one purpose, the aspirations of the law, that is justice. It is exactly what Mr. Gupta possibly meant in his book. But he quite inappropriately, or I would say quite ironically, as a speech, as Annex 1 of his book, the speech of a great jurist and judge of the United States, Oliver Wendell Holmes. I'm reminded of the debate between Oliver Wendell Holmes and the famous district judge of the United States, Learned Hand, who should have been in the Supreme Court but could not ascend to that great court. But he is recognized and acknowledged as one of the best authorities, and his writings are a treat to read. This judge once was traveling with his friend, Oliver Wendell Holmes, in his carriage, and as he got off, Learned Hand got off, he wanted to engage the Supreme Court justice in a conversation with him. So he told the Supreme Court justice, "Sir, I hope you will administer justice today in your court." Mr. Justice Holmes went a little further and came back and looked at him and said, "Young man, I'm not there to do justice. I'm there to do and practice in my writings only the law." In other words, Wendell Holmes gave a limited interpretation of law. Today, it may lie between those two jurists, but we now know there is an expansive jurisdiction or interpretation of the word law, which is intended at all times to administer justice. Today's conference gives us hope. It tells us the law is in the law books, the rules give us certainty, but justice is the aspiration of that law, and mediation achieves that harmony. It functions as the bridge between law and justice. This is exactly what this conference has achieved. So as we go back with our newfound love of justice, I hope and trust it will not cause domestic discord as you go back. It will animate us. It will serve us as the method of our purpose in life. And it gives us renewed hope for this profession. So, Mr. Santana Krishnan, I must thank your famous Commonwealth Lawyers Association. I must thank your parent body, Nivaran, and of course, Rajasthan Legal Services Authority for its great initiative that brought us together. Even the audience comprises jurists and lawyers from far and wide, and that itself caps the whole conference as an international conference. Just as my good friend Gokaram said, we have hosted the Indian cricketers. We would invite this program, this conference, also to be hosted in the friendly, brotherly country, Sri Lanka, at some future date. So thank you very much, and thank you for the hospitality in the Pink City. And once again, I thank all my friends who are here for their renewed enthusiasm and the friendship that you have exuded to all of us. Thank you and safe travels.
Thank you, Honorable. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you. With profound pleasure, I wish to inform the hall and dignitaries that Rajasthan's district courts are going digital to deliver justice, and they are going paperless also. We are about to launch a platform e-launching called Nyayan, and with the permission of Dais, I respectfully request Honorable Mr. Dais, Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge Supreme Court of India and Chairperson E-Committee Supreme Court of India, to e-launch the Nyayan portal. It's a way of making district courts absolutely digital and absolutely paperless.
Khamma Ghani. The Rajasthan High Court has consistently led technology-driven judicial reforms through pioneering digital initiatives. Today, we proudly unveil the next chapter in the digital transformation of the district judiciary. Nyayan, the digital way of justice. Designed to digitally empower the district judiciary, Nyayan will connect to all 1,495 courts and 1,517 judicial officers across Rajasthan through a unified digital ecosystem. Seamlessly integrated with the case information system and the e-filing platform of the Honorable E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, it provides judicial officers with a comprehensive digital workspace featuring real-time court information, intelligent case management, digital records and integrated judicial workflows, all on a single platform. At the heart of Nyayan lies its paperless module, enabling courts to conduct proceedings using authenticated digital case records, digital evidence, judicial annotations and electronic workflows, making justice faster, smarter and environmentally sustainable. Building upon the success of the pilot paperless courts, the Rajasthan High Court is now expanding this initiative to 36 Paperless Negotiable Instruments Act courts and 12 paperless commercial courts, marking another significant milestone towards a fully digital judicial ecosystem. Enabling digital justice, empowering district courts. Aabhar.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Dais.
It is now my profound privilege and honor to invite an eminent jurist whose unwavering commitment to accessible, efficient, and citizen-centric justice has significantly enriched the Indian judicial system. As the Executive Chairman of the National Legal Services Authority and Chairman, Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, Honorable Lordship has emerged as one of the foremost champions of mediation in India. Under Lordship's visionary leadership, landmark initiatives such as Mediation for the Nation and the effective implementation of the Mediation Act 2023 have strengthened the culture of amicable dispute resolution across the country. Honorable Lordship has consistently advocated community mediation, judicial innovation, technology-driven reforms, recognizing mediation not merely as an alternative to litigation, but as a powerful instrument for preserving relationships, promoting social harmony, and ensuring timely justice. Lordship's forward-looking vision has also contributed to positioning India as an emerging global center of excellence for mediation, reinforcing the ideas of peace, dialogue, and the rule of law in an increasingly interconnected world. It is therefore my proud privilege to respectfully invite and request Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge Supreme Court of India, Executive Chairman, National Legal Services Authority, Chairman, Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, to enlighten us with his Lordship's wisdom.
दिख रहा है ना?
Namaskar, pranam, a very good afternoon to everyone present in this auditorium. It gives me great happiness and I extend my full gratitude to all of you present in this valedictory session, and I see the hall full for the first time in a valedictory session. The hall is full. In Kerala, I had said that I will do away with valedictory, and this is what we are doing in the next program, which is in Indore. But this program was not under my control, so therefore I am here for the valedictory. We just had a very eloquent speaker who spoke extempore and literally floored all of us. And I'm sure post-retirement he is looking for something better and was willing to change his field, entering into politics. The Prime Minister of Sri Lanka should be cautious and careful that Justice Nawaz could be the replacing him sometime soon. On the dais, Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, Judge Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, Honorable Ms. Justice Abha Nair Patel, Judge Supreme Court of Zambia, Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma, Acting Chief Justice, Rajasthan High Court, Ms. Diya Kumari, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Rajasthan, Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokram, Judge, Appeal Court of the Bahamas, Mr. Santhanan Krishnan, Life President, Nivaran, Honorable Judges of the Rajasthan High Court and other High Courts who are here, Executive Chairman of different state legal service authority, Rajasthan and Telangana, I can see Justice Bhati and Justice Koshi, learned senior advocates, learned other advocates coming from Delhi and from Rajasthan, distinguished resource persons and speakers who have been participating in all these brainstorming sessions for the last 3 days. Young friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here and deliver this valedictory address. Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, who was the first woman Supreme Court judge of the United States, said, I quote, "The courts should not be the places where resolution of dispute begins. They should be the places where the disputes end after alternative methods of resolving disputes have been considered and tried." Imagine for a moment if mediation simply did not exist. Every one of those disputes that could have been peacefully resolved over a few cups of tea would instead be sitting in a courtroom somewhere piled on top of the ones already there. As lawyers and judges, we are trained from our very first day to see conflict as something to be argued, analyzed, and ultimately decided in terms of winners and losers. Mediation, on the other hand, asks us to change our perspective. It asks us to believe that two people, given the right room, the right conversation, and a patient facilitator, can find their own way out of a quarrel. And the solution they find together will hold far longer than any judgment handed to them. In litigation, when a party is unhappy with the judgment, they often go on to appeal it, which prolongs the dispute rather than resolving it. But when a settlement is reached through mediation built on the consent of both parties, it stands the test of time. There is a simple principle behind why mediated settlements endure. People honor what they create. When a solution is built by the parties themselves, clause by clause, concern by concern, it belongs to them. And people rarely walk away from something they own. The durability of mediation and the relationships it saves from being lost is one of the many reasons we actively promote it, support it, and invest in it as a nation. As we reflect on this conference, let us come to the first and perhaps the most important word in peace mediation, the word peace itself. Peace is the foundation of a high-trust society, and a high-trust society is, in turn, the foundation of a strong nation building. People who trust each other cooperate better and engage more actively in economic and social activities. To achieve a high-trust society, we need to incorporate peace mediation as a way of life. This will give us a way to address conflict while preserving the relationships and trust that hold societies together. Peace mediation is a holistic and long-term approach. It seeks not only to resolve conflicts, but also to heal relationships between parties. It is not about deciding who wins and who loses. It is about creating something together through deep understanding and mutual respect. Peace mediation draws upon the tool of generative dialogue, which involves suspending judgment, deep listening, and respectful inquiry to understand and resolve conflicts. Traditionally, we have valued the teachings of Plato and Aristotle on logic, argument, and debate. These great thinkers have given us the basis of our legal system. However, peace mediation asks us to go beyond debate and focus on understanding the values, needs, and emotions of the people involved in a conflict. It asks us to listen deeply, understand different perspectives, and work collaboratively towards creating solutions. Mediation, therefore, is not merely a mechanism for resolving disputes. It is a means of building and preserving the trust and relationships upon which peaceful societies depend. Our courts today carry a vast number of pending cases, and a significant share of them represent not a problem, but a possibility. Among the pending cases in 2026, 2.3 crore have been identified as carrying the essential ingredients that make them suitable for mediation. The data from the Mediation for Nation campaigns of the past year shows us something interesting. Wherever cases carrying some element of settlement are actually referred to mediation, they succeed at mediation and succeed handsomely. Matrimonial cases, motor accident claims, check bounce, and compoundable criminal matters, categories that occupy a large portion of our cause list, have shown particularly impressive settlement rates. Each case that gets settled between parties not only saves a sizable amount of money of the court, but also the court's valuable time. Over the past year, a large number of policy and administrative changes have been brought about in the mediation ecosystem. The pool of trained mediators has been significantly expanded through structured training programs to meet the growing demand for mediation. Many states in India have also invoked Rule 3B of the Mediation Rules 2015 to broaden the availability of mediators by drawing upon experienced professionals, including retired judicial officers, government officials, public sector officers, bankers, insurance professionals, senior advocates. Multiple rounds of discussion have been held with the heads of leading insurance companies and banks in the country to encourage greater settlement of motor accident claims and check bounce cases. Nodal officers have been appointed by each of these institutions to monitor cases settled through mediation, ensuring greater coordination, accountability, and timely resolution. Renewed emphasis has been placed on interesting and increasing the number of Lok Adalats, including special Lok Adalats for check bounce cases, motor accident claims, labor disputes and land acquisition matters across all states of India. Several high courts have also undertaken a number of digital and grassroots awareness campaigns to promote mediation and Lok Adalats among litigants and the public. In addition, Section 12A of the Commercial Courts Act mandates pre-institution mediation for specified commercial disputes, encouraging parties to explore settlement before approaching the courts. I am pleased to note that several law schools across India have established ADR and mediation centers, not only to promote the study of mediation, but also to serve the communities around them. Many of these centers now offer pro bono mediation services for community and pre-litigation disputes, while conducting grassroots awareness programs to encourage peaceful dispute resolution. To strengthen this movement, many universities and law colleges have sought collaboration with the Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, the MCPC. The MCPC is working closely with these institutions to provide mediation training to faculty as well as students across the country. These programs equip future lawyers with the skills to resolve disputes through dialogue and consensus, fostering a culture that values conversation over confrontation. Ultimately, mediation is not merely a mechanism within the judicial system. It is a way of thinking if we can instill that philosophy in the next generation of lawyers and leaders. We will have laid the foundation for a more collaborative and compassionate justice system. The 3 days of this conference saw inviting discussions on a broad canvas of subjects that mediation touches. Compared to a decade ago, mediation has reached far and wide. Due credit must be given to technology, which has made online dispute resolution possible. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 accelerated the adoption of new means of communication that we may otherwise would have taken years to embrace. Today, technology allows parties separated by cities and continents to come together, sit across the same virtual table and find a way forward. Even for parties living in the same city, online mediation saves the time, cost and effort of traveling to a mediation center. The travel time only often acts as a silent demotivator, discouraging parties from pursuing mediation. Now, parties can participate from the comfort of their homes or offices. Technology has removed this friction, making mediation not just simpler, but genuinely more accessible. With technology providing the network and reach, this conference also examined the expanding role of mediation beyond the courtroom. It explored mediation's emerging place in resolving disputes born of climate change, particularly those over land, water, and natural resources. For where resources grow scarce, conflict grows, making mediation in the arena of climate change not just an environmental exercise, but an exercise in peace building. Workplaces. Mediation also helps build trust within families and communities. Mediation, training and awareness in the workplace, for instance, can give people who work together every day a tool to effectively communicate their differences and understand the other party before the differences affect their working relationships. At the community level, mediation reaches the grassroots and helps people resolve disputes within their own communities. This work is being taken forward not only by states across India, but also by our law schools, many of which are reaching out to their surrounding communities through mediation centers and awareness programs. Mediation, therefore, is not merely a tool of the legal system, it is a civilizational tool and ultimately a way of life, one that can help build trust within families, communities, and institutions, and in turn contribute to economic growth, nation building, and a high-trust society. To my brother judges who have traveled from Sri Lanka and from Bahamas and Zambia, my sister judge, and to every delegate who has crossed time zones and state boundaries to sit in this room, thank you for reminding us that the Commonwealth remains a vibrant space where legal systems can compare notes and embrace mediation as a mainstream means of resolving disputes. A dispute in a Rajasthan village and a dispute in a Caribbean coastal town may not look alike on the facts, but I suspect the human beings sitting across the mediation table look remarkably similar in both places, tired of conflict and quietly hoping someone will simply help them talk to the other side. In a short while, we will witness the adoption of the Jaipur Declaration on Peace Mediation 2026, reflecting our shared commitment to strengthening mediation as an effective means of dispute resolution, peace building, and access to justice. 2 days ago, this conference was described as more than a professional gathering. It was described as an effort to advance a global conversation on the purpose of dispute resolution itself. I would only add this: the legacy of this Jaipur conference will not just be measured in today's knowledge, sharing, and ideas, but also in tomorrow's decisions. It will be measured 6 months from now in a district court in Ajmer, or a labor tribunal in Sri Lanka, or a family court in the Bahamas, where someone who sat in this room reaches for dialogue before they reach for a decree. I thank the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, the Supreme Court Bar Association, and Nivaran for the considerable labor of putting this conference together. To Jaipur, the pink city that has, for the 3 days, played gracious host to a rather large gathering of people, thank you for creating an atmosphere in which meaningful dialogue could flourish. Thank you to everyone present in this conference. But before I end, I missed out a few very distinguished and important dignitaries sitting here. I could not refer to them in my opening remarks. We have the SCORA president, Mr. Devrat, who is here. Mr. Vikas Singh brought me here, but he has vanished. So, the SCBA president. And the member secretary of NALSA is here. The registrar looking after MCPC in Delhi is also here with his entire team, Mr. Santosh Kumar, Mr. Sanjeev Pandey, and the member secretary of the State Legal Services Authority, and the judicial officers of the state of Rajasthan Judiciary. I welcome and thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lordship, for that truly inspiring and enlightening address. Your Lordship has reminded us that the true essence of justice lies not merely in the resolution of disputes, but in fostering dialogue, preserving human dignity, and building a society founded on peace, trust, and mutual understanding. His Lordship's vision will continue to inspire all of us.
After Lordship's address, may I now request Mr. Santhan Krishnam to please share his views on capstone reflections. The man who has been, revolving around for the last 3 days and had been in the helm of affairs. May we have you, sir. May we have a big round of applause from Santhan Krishnam, please.
The Honorable Chief Guest of today's closing ceremony, Justice Vikram Nath, all the dignitaries on the dais, and my friends from across the country and across the Commonwealth. To share some thoughts as to how everything arose, and to cut short a long presentation, may I say, last year we were attending a conference in Sri Lanka. Justice Nawaz hosted a dinner for us, and among those who were there present was also the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Surya Kant. After that, me and Aruneshwar met Justice Surya Kant and then spoke to him and then shared with him this idea of hosting an event where we not only think in terms of bringing a mediation conference to Jaipur. The coinciding factor was Aruneshwar shared that he would be completing his autobiography by the time we reach here, and that's so this thought that arose on that day was given shape and brought into a reality. Since then, the Chief Justice of India, Honorable Chief Justice of India formally introduced me to Justice Vikram Nath, and in the month of February when I met him, he immediately said, "Brother, I am going to do the opening, you do the closing." Justice Vikram Nath immediately accepted that, but after the dinner when he was going out, he said, "I am coming to your conference." Which is the date? I said 2nd of August. I said, "Thank you very much." And that's so he is here, and then to do the honors and then do the closing sermon with us. Thank you, my Lord. Thereafter, me and Aruneshwar together traveled to Jaipur and met the Honorable Acting Chief Justice of Rajasthan, Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma. It so happened he was, the moment he heard what we had to share with him, the instant answer was capital YES. And that's how we are here. And not only that, besides doing that, he has already invited the member secretary of the Rajasthan State Legal Authority, who is sitting outside. He invited him inside and asked me to share what your thoughts are. After briefly speaking as to what the idea is, they immediately said yes, and all of us were brought to this place called Jaipur because of the hospitality extended, the organization extended by the Rajasthan High Court and the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority. On ground, it is easy to decide what we want to do, but on ground, the entire team of the Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, starting from Hari Om Atri, and the entire team of judicial officers from across the Rajasthan, they were fully in action, because of which all of us could conduct this Commonwealth Peace Mediation Conference in a very successful way. Thank them on behalf of all of us. With these few words, I thank you all. But before going, let me also say, we carry the pink with us, we carry the peace with us, and with torch in our hands, let us all go to Bahamas next year and join Justice Kokaram in his efforts to organize the Commonwealth Peace Mediation Conference next year. Besides this, I must also share something with you. Justice Vikram Nath shared with us, technology has brought so many changes with regard to whatever we are thinking in terms of mediation, what you call the entire judicial process, etc. What we started at Nivaran 6 years before was International Summer School of Mediation, which is our flagship activity. After 6 years in action, last August, Justice Vashisht Kokaram got in touch with me, said, "I would like to carry this forward in the Caribbean." The discussion which we had for the past so many months resulted in he organizing an event called Caribbean Waves Mediation Series that was held for 4 Fridays between June and July. Before he came here, he formally concluded that and then came and joined with us. Thanks to Justice Kokaram. And what I shared in my message then was the waves which arose, from the Caribbean Sea is in a very foreseeable future is going to touch the African continent, and we will be witnessing something called African Safari Mediation Series. With the help of our friends from Africa, with the help of our Honorable Justice Abha Patel, and many others in African continent, we would like to see this in action in the foreseeable future and similarly go across the world. Thank you very much for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for those words. Now we begin our souvenir presentation ceremony. At the outset, may I request Honorable Mr. Justice Anand Sharma, Judge Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath, Judge Supreme Court of India. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. May I now request Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Taneja, Judge, Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz, Judge, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Thank you, Honorables. I request Honorable Mr. Justice Bipin Gupta, Judge, Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Honorable Ms. Justice Abha Nayar Patel, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Thank you, Honorables. Thank you very much. I request Honorable Mr. Justice Ravi Charania, Judge, Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Ms. Diya Kumari, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Rajasthan. Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much, sir. I request now Honorable Mr. Justice Anurup Singhi, sir, Judge, Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram, Judge, Appeal Court, the Bahamas. Thank you, Honorables. I request Honorable Mrs. Justice Sangeeta Sharma, Judge, Rajasthan High Court, to please come and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Sajeev Prakash Sharma, the Acting Chief Justice of Rajasthan and Executive Chairman, RSLSA. Thank you, Lordship. Thank you, Honorable. Last, I request Mr. Hariom Atre, Member Secretary, RSLSA, to please come and felicitate Sri R. Santhan Krishnan, President Life, Nivaran. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Over to you, Kumbal.
As we now approach the conclusion of this enriching and memorable international conference, it is time to express our sincere gratitude to all those whose unwavering support, guidance, and dedicated efforts have made this event an outstanding success. May I now respectfully invite Sri Hariom Atri, Member Secretary, Rajasthan State Legal Services Authority, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello. Honorable Mr. Justice Vikramnath Sahib, Judge, Supreme Court of India and Chairman NALSA. Honorable Mr. Justice A.H.M. Dilip Nawaz Sahib, Judge, Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. Honorable Mr. Justice Abha Nayar Patel, Ma'am, Judge, Supreme Court of Zambia. Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram Sahib, Judge, Court of Appeal of the Bahamas. Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma Sahib, Acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Rajasthan and Executive Chairman, Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Ma'am Diya Kumari ji. Shri R. Santhanan Krishna Sahib, Lifetime Chairman, CLA. Honorable Mr. Aruneshwar Gupta, Vice President, Nivaran. Honorable Judges of the Rajasthan High Court. Shri Sanjeev Pandey, Member Secretary, National Legal Service Authority. Shri Santosh Kumar, Secretary, Honorable Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, Supreme Court of India, and participants from the Honorable MCPC, other distinguished dignitaries of the dais and esteemed delegates. As we arrive at the conclusion of this landmark international conference on Commonwealth peace mediation and the rule of law, it is my privilege on behalf of the Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority to offer our heartfelt gratitude to all those whose vision, wisdom, and unwavering support have made these 3 memorable days a remarkable success. We are humbled in expressing our gratitude to Honorable the Chief Justice of India and Patron-in-Chief NALSA for gracing not only the inaugural ceremony but His Lordship's institutional deliberation on the next day through His Lordship's presidential address. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of Honorable Mr. Justice Vikramnath Sahib. Your Lordship's inspiring guidance, steadfast commitment to accessible justice, and visionary leadership in strengthening mediation as a pillar of dispute resolution have greatly enriched this conference. Your Lordship's encouragement has been a constant source of inspiration for all of us. We express our profound gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice AHMD Dalip Nawaz Sahib, Honorable Madam Justice Abha Nair Patel, and Honorable Mr. Justice Vashisht Kokaram. Your distinguished participation has truly embodied the spirit of the Commonwealth by sharing your invaluable experiences and perspectives from your respective jurisdictions. You have reaffirmed that while legal system may differ, our collective aspirations for peace, justice, and rule of law remains universal. Our sincere thanks are due to Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma Sahib, Acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Rajasthan and Executive Chairman, Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority. This conference is a reflection of your Lordship's vision, encouragement, and constant support. Your Lordship's unwavering commitment to strengthening the mediation and institutional collaboration has been the driving force behind this initiative. Under the guardianship and blessings of His Lordship, Honorable Mr. Justice Vikramnath Sahib, Executive Chairman NALSA, and Honorable Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma Sahib, Acting Chief Justice and Executive Chairman RALSA, the State Legal Service Authority, perhaps the first SLSA, hosted an international conference on the most relevant subject of the day. We place on record our sincere appreciation to Shri R. Santhan Krishnan Sahib, Lifetime President CLA and President Nivaran, and Shri Aruneshwar Gupta Sahib, Senior Advocate and Vice President Nivaran, Mediators of Supreme Court, whose dedication and collaborative spirit have been instrumental in conceptualizing and successfully organizing this international conference and has enabled us to host all of you. I also express my sincere gratitude to Shri Vikas Singh Sahib, President, Supreme Court Bar Association, for his steadfast support and for enriching the deliberations of this conference through his valuable insights. Our heartfelt thanks are due to the distinguished judges, legal luminaries, mediators, academicians, policymakers, and delegates from India and across the Commonwealth. Your insightful deliberations have transformed these sessions into a vibrant exchange of ideas, experiences, and best practices. The friendship forged and partnership strength here will continue to inspire meaningful collaboration in the field of law long after this conference concludes. We gratefully acknowledge the invaluable support extended by the Government of Rajasthan, the Commonwealth Lawyer Association, Nivaran, the Supreme Court Bar Association, our knowledge partner, and every institution that joined hands in making this conference a grand success. Our every delegate who traveled from near and far to be with us, thank you for your enthusiastic participation and invaluable contributions. Your presence has made this conference not merely an event, but a meaningful step towards building a stronger global culture of peace through mediation and rule of law. I express my sincere gratitude to Shri Chanchal Mishra, Registrar General, Rajasthan High Court, for his invaluable support and unwavering cooperation in ensuring the successful organization of this conference, along with the other officers of the Rajasthan High Court Registry, especially Registrar Administration, Mrs. Meenakshi Sharma, Registrar Judicial Shri Paveen Mishra and Registrar CPC Shri Mohit Sharma for their dedicated assistance in making this event a resounding success. I also extend my sincere appreciation to Master of Ceremony Shri Anurag Bhardwaj, Shri Rashmi Naval, Shri Grishma Sharma and Srimati Komal Motiar for their excellent anchoring, and to all the moderators for ably conducting the sessions over the past 3 days. Before I conclude, I wish to acknowledge that every effort has been made by our team at Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority to attend every detail and extend the very best of hospitality to our esteemed guests under the inspiring leadership of Honorable Mr. Justice Sanjeev Prakash Sharma, Acting Chief Justice of the High Court of Rajasthan and Executive Chairman RSLSA. I place on record my sincere appreciation for the dedicated efforts of Shri Ramesh Joshi, Director RSLSA, Srimati Grishma Sharma, Joint Secretary, Shri Mahendra Beniwal and Shri Ajay Kumar, Secretaries, Shri Himanshu Kumawat, Shri Meghna Vyas and Srimati Komal Motiar, Deputy Secretaries, and officers on special duty, especially Shri Hemant Singh Baghela, Shri Anutosh Gupta and Shri Amit Goyal, whose commitment, hard work and have been instrumental in making this conference a memorable success. Their unwavering dedication, meticulous planning and tireless efforts, often behind the scenes, made this conference possible and enable it to attain the grand success as we witness today. I also express my sincere appreciation to the ministerial staff of the Rajasthan State Legal Service Authority, the Jaipur District Judiciary, the volunteers, protocol teams, technical persons, and every members of the organizing committee. Your professionalism, commitment, and hard work ensured that every session and every arrangement was executed with excellence. Yet, despite our best efforts, if there has been any shortcoming or inconvenience in the course of this conference, I, as the member secretary of this august institution, offer my sincere and unreserved apologies and seek your kind indulgence. I am confident with your generosity and large-heartedness, you will graciously forgive any inadvertent lapse of mine. With all these words, I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious words of gratitude and appreciation. As this conference draws to a close, may the conversations begin here echo across the world. Let mediation remain the language of peace and justice, the promise we all uphold. May the ideas exchanged over these 3 days continue to inspire stronger mediation practices, deeper international cooperation, and a more peaceful and just society. Thank you.
We now request to sing our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, Honorable Dais. Thank you, everyone present in the hall. We now close this event, 3 days event. I'll request, I request honorables to please sign the peace declaration and make it a resounding success. I'll request all present in the hall to remain seated and make way for honorables to proceed towards lunch, which is a dome area. I request you not to clog the bay so that honorables can walk comfortably towards their dome area, and for rest others like us, the lunch is at first floor, Balochi. I request not to clog the bay area and make it passage free for honorables to move towards dome area for their lunch, and for all, the lunch is at first floor, Balochi. As you see now, Honorable Mr. Justice Vikram Nath is signing the peace declaration, and all others, I also request those who have not yet done, please sign against their names. Thank you very much. Wish you all a great good afternoon and have a nice lunch. And thank you for coming to Jaipur from those outside the city. Thank you.